Martha coming?
She just went to go get her wallet from the procession.
Let's give Martha some time to return. Or we can go ahead and start with. She's here. Awesome. All right, we're reconvening to open session. Let's start with flag salute.
The flag of the United States of America, to the republic, which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. No report.
No report from closed session. Moving on, adoption of the agenda.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, adoption of the consent agenda.
Is there? I moved to adopt.
Okay.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Awesome. Moving on to recognition and presentations, and we're starting with educational options updated presentation.
Yay.
Yay. Good evening.
So we're here tonight to provide you with an update, an end of year update for our educational options programs for Central Bay, for the North Monterey County Center for Independent Study, and for adult education. So the first part of the presentation will be the comparison with Central Bay and with Independent Study. And my name is Aida Ramirez. I'm the director, and here we have Sarah.
I'm Sarah Grinabem. I'm the coordinator for the Center for Independent Study.
And for adult education.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jose Yanez.
Okay, so if you look at our basic demographics, let me go to the next one. There we go. That gives you an update of where we're at with our number of students. And for second semester, we did increase by 15 students at Central Bay for a total of 38. And you can see the breakdown of the demographics where there's been increases.
And you'll see the same thing for independent study. We had an increase. Our population fluctuates quite a bit throughout the year because we have open enrollment and graduations first and second semester throughout the school year.
For LCAP goal number 1, rigorous and equitable instruction. This is iReady data for reading and math for Central Bay, and you can see what the numbers look like there. What needs improvement at Central Bay in reading are the items there. It's a lot of reading comprehension is the greatest need, and vocabulary development. As well in algebra, is the area of need in our math. There's also a designated ELD, so supporting for our English learners is an area of improvement, and also providing CTE pathways for our students. And that was also brought out in our WAS self-study as areas of focus and is now part of our plan. And you can see what our next steps are to address that is obviously continue supporting our students in their specific areas of need and providing that designated ELD implementation as far as staffing, curriculum, training. We want to get that in place and having that access for students to CTE pathways here. So we're looking forward to the development of those programs.
And the results of our iReady, you can see as well, we had more significant improvement in English language arts, otherwise known as reading. And we had very similar needs as Central Bay, and our WASC report had a very similar result as Central Bay's, where we We need to focus on designated ELD for our students. We have about 30 English learners this year and may see a similar number next year. And so that's both an area that needs improvement and a next step for us, as well as providing a number of different kinds of tutorial options for our students so we can see even greater growth in both reading and math.
For LCAP Goal 2, social emotional learning, student engagement, what's definitely going well is the equine therapy. I'd like to highlight that. That has been working really well. We're in our second year of implementing, and we do a pre assessment on the students before they get on the horses, and then we do the post when they get off. And there we have seen an improvement in their affect, in their emotional state. And basically they sense they rate themselves as calmer and more relaxed. They feel happy after they've been on the horses. There's definitely a reduction in anxiety and nervousness also, where they rated that they were a little anxious or upset before, and then they go out there and they have their experience with the horses, and then it's just it puts them on a different path after. So that's pretty cool to see that effect on them. And the area that needs improvement, it's working with students to develop student autonomy. And that's something that we continue to focus on for students to take charge of their own learning and to help them, support them so they can reach that goals, they can meet their goals. And we have our next steps. Definitely, we got to keep focusing on trauma-informed practices and get our, continued trainings with our staff and supporting staff. Because there's also that need for staff self-care as part of the work when you're working with a trauma-informed based program. So we're going to keep that focus.
And for independent study, what's going well in LCAP Goal 2 is very similar to what's going well in LCAP Goal 3, both the student engagement and connectedness and the parent and community engagement. The way in which we present our equine therapy is very different from Central Bay. We have 2 hours every week where, because the majority of our students work from home, their parents bring them to the program on Tuesday afternoons. And what I found is that the parents, sometimes 6, 7, 8 of them, will sit in little groups and chat and get to know each other. And through them, we've had students make even deeper connections. And so when the students were talking with our WASC visiting committee, they mentioned what they want are more opportunities to connect, to continue the equine therapy program, and then to provide even more opportunities for them to get together and get to know each other a little bit better. And so that, obviously, that response informed what our next steps are going to be in terms of providing these different kinds of opportunities for college connections and field trips to all of our students.
Okay. Am I supposed to? There we go. Sorry about that. And LCAP Goal number 3, parent community engagement connectedness. I'd have to highlight the fact that our WASC chairperson was very impressed by the 14 parents that showed up to the focus group. She says she's never seen that type of a gathering, especially for a continuation high school and all the other self-studies that she had participated in. So she really complimented the parents on that, and they had a lot to say. So it was a very successful focus group. They provided a lot of feedback. And an area that we've been supporting our parents this year has been with the positive discipline parent workshops that we've been sponsoring during the year. So along with the parents, we also have the students getting their positive discipline workshops during the day. And we did it with our first semester students, and right now our second semester students are going through that right now. So that's been exciting.
In addition to how successful our work with Wonderwood Ranch has been, my meetings with families for SART have been much more successful this year than ever before. Our administrative assistant, Rebecca Ryan, and I are the administrative team at Independent Study, and we work very carefully and closely together to ensure that families show up when students have chronic absenteeism or truancy issues. I've had about a 95% attendance rate for parents who the vast majority of them come in person with their students, and they sit down with me and we go over what attendance is at independent study, and we talk about next steps and ways to ensure greater success for their students. What I would like to see always is more attendance at school site council and ELEC meetings. Our open house is next Wednesday, and we're going to have both the horses and small animals from Wonderwood Ranch. We have small animals when it's rainy, and it's not as safe for the horses to be out, and we found that to be just as fun as when the horses are there. So we're going to do both at open house, and I really hope that we get a good turnout. And then I want to provide some more workshops. I'd like to tag along, as we often do at Independent Study, with Central Bay and provide positive discipline for our parents and some technology, informational meetings, as well as how they can support their independent study students.
And the final goal, goal number 4, staff engagement and connectedness. I would have to say, in talking with the staff, they feel that there's a lot of collaboration. So I would have to stress just the ongoing collaboration that our small but mighty team is always doing. And they form their own lunch club. They just kind of end up congregating out where the kids are at, and they start talking, and they have their fun, and they end up talking about the kids and what can we do. So they're just always collaborating, and they have their real-time communication via teacher Google Chat. That is how they communicate when they are in the classroom and things are going on and they're noticing something about a student or something comes up. They will communicate with each other, and then sometimes we'll get notification in the office. So there's that system is working really well. We want to get better with it because a lot of what we do is proactive in nature. We don't want stuff to go to happen. We want to get in there, intercede right before, and that's how we're able to support our students. So that's just, I think, an area that I'd like to stress. And they, they're giving me a hard time saying, Ida, we need our lunch club table, because just go in, they'll sit on the cement or sit on the planter. And I thought, we'll see what we can do about that. But our team likes to have a lot of fun together.
And the teachers responded when I asked them what's going well. The first thing that they all said was at independent study was goodies. I tend to provide goodies throughout the school year, and I don't wait until day of the teacher. I've been known to fly in or ship in cookies from New York City that they enjoy. I know, what can I say? And they worked very collaboratively on the WASC self-study, and that was noted by our visiting committee. They felt they themselves told me they felt communication was very smooth between each other and with me and Rebecca. And really their focus and our focus for next year is ensuring that we have professional development for them that is provided specifically to them through the lens of alternative education, so that they don't have to attend a training or a professional development and then come back to the classroom and try to figure out how it works for independent study. They want something that's much more focused.
That'd be the same for Central Bay as well.
Yeah.
All right. And now we have, there we go. Oh, uh-oh. I'm stopping. I pushed the wrong button. I'm sorry. There we go. Here we
Okay.
have full set.
So now for LCAP goal 3.5, adult ed, increased enrollment and improved services. Currently, we have 242 students enrolled. For our high school diploma class, we have 12 confirmed graduates and 9 more to go. So hopefully they can finish before graduation. We have 19 students that have passed their interview test for the citizenship class. And I know 5 more students had interviews scheduled this week. So that's the highest number we've had. For our Spanish GD class, we have 11 possible graduates. I actually checked in with our teacher yesterday, and 2 have already passed all of their tests. So that's good to hear. Our ESL classes, we have continued enrollment. What needs improvement would be student persistence. That has to tie in with a lack of the space. Also location wise. One of the things that we've also noticed is that the lack of having a computer literacy class was also affecting our the way our students were interacting during class, because a lot of them don't even know how to send an email, or they don't even know how to turn on a computer. So our next steps would be our new and improved adult ed room at the Family Resource Center. Our furniture is going to be set in place on June the 20th. So everything is going to be new. I wanted our students to feel like they are actually attending a class. So that's the way it will be set up. Next school year, 25-26, we will be moving into a quarter system. And I think that will help with accountability and persistence. Also, the consortium voted that we will have aligned curriculum, and this will help because sometimes we get students from Salinas that come to Castroville, and the classes they're not exactly the same, or vice versa. Also, another thing that will be really helpful would be a centralized location for the coordinator, meaning me. Students will have better access because obviously located at Central Bay, that was a bit difficult. Also, we will be offering 2 additional classes if we have the available space, which would be beginning literacy and computer literacy again. And that's it for adult ed. Yes. And for adult ed, we voted, and I decided to choose Jessica Belmonte as our certificated staff spotlight. She is our adult education high school diploma teacher, and she's really dedicated when it comes to helping her students. She's really passionate. She really pushes them. I know sometimes we have students that come in and only need 2 classes, and for some reason they'll finish one, but they take months to finish the second one, but she's really insistent. I know this year she's been working really hard. This year she has also focused a lot more on high school diploma. Before she was doing ESL, but noticing that there was more need for the high school diploma class, she's been really good. So each year we are seeing an increase in graduates. So that's why we chose her.
And Valerie Thompson is one of several people who is shared between Independent Study and Central Bay. She's the instructional aide. That's right. And adult ed. That's right. Thank you. She's shared by everyone in educational options. And Val works with our students. She has a heart of gold. She's salt of the earth. She loves what she does. You can tell when she's working with a student that she's enjoying what she does. She gets a tremendous amount of pride when her students are successful. She shares that with them. She's encouraging. She's calm. She's enthusiastic. And she's just an absolute joy to work with. So we wanted to highlight Valerie Thompson.
And that concludes our presentation for you tonight.
Right, first I'm gonna open it up for any public comment. All right, Sue? All right, closing public comment, and I'll start with Julia.
Thank you for your Hello. Thank you for your presentation. I have a few friends in independent studies, and I really like that you're wanting them to, like, since they don't socialize, it's not a socialized based school in that sense, that you are taking like the opportunities when they come on Tuesdays to give them that opportunity and supporting the parents and the equine therapy.
Yes, thank you. It's been really exciting to see the way the students are interacting,
Yeah.
not just because they don't necessarily come on campus, but because
Yeah.
they may have different teachers. And
Yeah.
so they wouldn't see each other in an advisory class or anything like that. And some of them have become fast friends, have shared dinner engagements, families have gotten to know each other. It's really a beautiful thing. So I just hope it expands next year.
Thank you for all your hard work, a great presentation and great progress, and I'm so happy to have you guys running things over there and you know, we're better, you know, than we were maybe a year and a half ago, big time. So thank you for everything. I appreciate you guys so much.
Angela?
So I was gonna put it in my board member report, but since I have you guys here and you might leave afterwards. Dr. Turkey and I visited the Independent Studies campus a week ago. The environment that I felt there when I visited Independent Study matched the environment I felt last year when I went to visit Central Bay. It's just one of the most positive environments that I've gotten to experience. Teaching here and not knowing what Central Bay was or Ed Options was, a lot of students who were probably going to go there were scared. I was scared because they were scared because I didn't know, you know, just going there just to see my students who had some difficulties excel at such a high level. That goes to show with hard work. And I know all three of you guys work hard, but I really want to call out Ida. I just learned this last week. I thought everything was the same campus and Ida was a principal of all three. Good, it is good. I now realize that no, Independent Studies is its own campus that just in a community that happens to be next door to Central Bay and to Odell. You just have, I got confused because you were principal of Central Bay, but what do they say? No good deed goes unpunished. So, but doing a great job as a principal, we just go ahead and make you director of everything. So thank you for taking on a larger role and the work you've done there. Something that I've seen you do that I hope others in our district get inspired. One of my frustrations I talk about a lot is we talk a lot, we do a lot of surveys, we do a lot of, and we hear the same thing, but we don't take action fast enough. That is opposite of your location. You guys take action and you work hard. I know everyone works hard, but I'd just love to see like, hey, we see a problem, can I fix it? And I actually see that at the adult ed with independent studies and with Central Bay. That action, like the equine, that's some outside the box thinking. And to see a few students of mine who had severe trauma start opening up, that was you saw a problem, you found something fast in action and got results. So thank you for providing that, and thank you for, you know, walking the walk is different. What does it take? You can talk the talk, but can you walk the walk? And you guys walking. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, Angela. Martha?
No, ditto and everything. I've always been impressed with their guys' program and everything that you do there. And your numbers obviously speak volumes. And I love the way you guys do your presentation to show us what's working, what's not, and what's next. That really gives us a vision, right, of where you're at today. I really like the fact that you guys are going to incorporate CTE pathways. You know, I think that's really crucial for our students there. I love the fact that, you know, your EL program, you're going to enhance that. So all these things that you guys are already, you know, acknowledging and already putting a plan in place. So just let us know whatever you guys need to be successful. And you know, there was one time, Ida, you mentioned that you guys were doing yoga. Did that kind of, and I remember you guys talking about yoga, and that was something that was really calming the students. I mean, the horses came in. I'm sure that's much better. But is that why the yoga went away? The horses came in?
We had the yoga was based on who was at campus that day, our mental counselor at that time, Tony. She would do sessions with the students and it
Uh-huh.
worked really well. It was like a once a week, right? And the kids would sign up and they
Right.
would participate in that. So it's always been something to try to do things differently and to be proactive about just having a supportive environment. And they felt really good. I mean, they'd be in there, they'd be participating. And then, you know, staff changes and stuff and now it's the horses. So the horses are there to calm and to relieve stress. And sometimes they'll just be out there walking with them or, you know, playing with LoJack or braiding the hair. Sometimes the girls like doing that with them and some of them ride, but it's amazing when I saw the pre and post, the results from the survey, I thought, I'll be darned. And they just do it. They take their QR. I go pick them up in the classrooms. They know what to do. They do their survey. Then when they leave, Mr. Ramirez says to the poll, okay, come on, they do their thing. It's all done on their cell phones. And then I pull the data at the end of the semester. And it's just very telling how, I mean, animals can really calm and center the students and it gets them through the day.
Wasn't it like so?
Lisa's the one,
Yeah,
yes,
Lisa
Lisa, our
Martin.
academic counselor is the one that started doing some research about it. And we found out that Mount Toro and that it was expanding in other programs. So she started asking and when we found out we had that multiplier money, I said, Lisa, how about you make some phone calls? Let's see, get me hooked up here so we can start doing this. And she did. So she, you know, kudos to her. I mean, she's a rock, you know, our foundation there and just reaching out and got it all arranged. And now we're in our second year. So it's just, we want to, as long as we're able to, we'd like to have some semblance of that for the kids because it's just a unique
Yeah,
experience.
that's awesome. And last question. You mentioned independent study, you know, and I'm sure that's probably challenging because it's independent, you know, on their own. What happens with individuals that other 5%, because you said 95% participate? What happens with the other 5%? I mean, what interventions are in place to try to see what's going on, why they're not showing up or why they're not doing their work or?
Oh, for the attendance meetings,
Mhm.
I call them, I reschedule them, I keep calling them and rescheduling. Occasionally I've gone out with our SRO for a home visit. I did think I did that once this year and 2 or 3 times last year. It sort of depends. And one student I needed to meet with, I was on the phone and the parent wanted to reschedule. And then before I knew it, the student had graduated. So it
Does it turn into truancy where then it goes
It can,
into?
it depends.
Did you have any of that this year?
We always have some
Do
truancy.
you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know, we're working with some of the most challenging
Mm-hmm. Oh, I bet.
cases in the district, in the community. And one of the reasons why students come to independent study is because they haven't been successful in attendance. And so we inherit maybe a quarter of our students we inherit already have chronic absenteeism, maybe truancy letter number 1, and then they come to us and it's an adjustment. And we try to ensure that they understand how attendance is set up in independent study. It's not seat time, it's work production. And sometimes it works marvelously and sometimes attendance continues to be a challenge.
Okay.
And then also just pointing out that sometimes even students will be already in mediation, the highest level of truancy with the county. And things still don't change. So it depends. And so what we do is every day they show up, we just keep working with them and more wrap around the services and try to work with additional services from the county. But there's some very, very complicated cases aside from going over there and sometimes you can't even get them out of the house to come in. It's just, we try to be very supportive of the family and really focus on, let's try to understand what's going on here because this is a pretty severe situation if they can't even make it to the school. So there's a lot.
Yeah, and thank you for that. I mean, I'm going to be talking about it later, but we went to go visit Rancho Cielo and we just look at that as another option for
Yes,
those
Yeah,
situations.
Yeah, it is.
And so
We have referred
you have
students
referred
over-
students there?
Oh, yeah, Silver Star,
Mhm.
Rancho Cielo,
Mhm.
we have
Grizzly.
Grizzly Academy we worked with in the past. So it's just keep building those bridges until they find a program that works for them.
Great. We'll talk more about that then. Thank you.
We also get students in independent study on expulsions or suspended or stipulated expulsions.
right.
And I think that's happened almost every year for the last 6 or 7 years in particular.
Mhm.
But since you've been here, we've gotten,
years.
Yeah.
Always been,
Mhm.
And one of the other things I wanted to say about the equine therapy is we also have field trips. So we have monthly field trips. That's an additional part of our contract with Wonderwood. So we have a bus and a teacher accompanies them or I accompany them. And then we have families who meet us there. And we even have families who've now, the students want to participate in the volunteer options at Wonderwood Ranch. And so they're there on the weekends.
Good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Angela, you had another
Yeah.
question?
A couple follow-up questions based on what I was hearing. First thing first, the open house, you said the date, but can you email the board an invite of the date, time and location so if we get up to attend? Next, is it next Wednesday, Dr. Turkey, we're having our policy committee?
It is on the 15th.
Is that a Wednesday or
The
Tuesday?
15th is. The 15th is a Thursday, so next Thursday from 5 to 6:30.
Thank you for clarifying. If one of you guys could reach out to me.
We've
We're gonna-
already,
Well, the reason I say that is
we'll
because,
be there.
well, but also if you can reach out to me before, because we're talking cell phone policy, but then I also heard you that you were using the cell phones for QR codes and check-ins and stuff like that. So I'd like to get a little bit more information from you guys prior to Thursday, so I can kind of go over some language with that policy to make sure that whatever we decide works best for your location also. And yeah, what was the other one? Yeah, I think, oh, so what I learned right now by your answer, by Martha's question, I didn't realize in independent study, it's not the seat, not attending a class, it's work production. So maybe if I can get a little bit of follow-up. As technology's involved and AI has evolved so dramatically, how do you see if work production is actually being done versus, and you don't have to answer now, I just want to see like a more in-depth follow-up, like how are we growing with the technology that's moving forward with AI when work production is what counts as attendance?
And I'm sure it's a state question in terms of independent study because independent study schools have attendance that's based on work production. So I'm sure it's not just us. And I know it's not just our school in the district. So I'm also looking to hear and see what district policies are coming about. And that's one of the reasons why I really wanted to attend these policy meetings to see what's
Because,
happening.
To follow up, because I know AI started becoming more popular 2 years after we came back from COVID. And pretty much a lot of us teachers are trying to figure out on our own how we're gonna, how to
Absolutely.
do it. I'm just curious, like what we have observed and what your person. Like I said, not, it doesn't have to be right now. I
Yeah,
just
no,
want
I'll
to just
be more
plant
than
that
happy to
seed.
talk
Maybe we
about
can
that.
revisit that issue
Yeah,
with at
absolutely.
least those 3 issues with you guys with cell phones and AI.
Yep.
Yeah. I just want to thank you for all your work. The 3 departments, my own family has gone through the 3 departments and benefited from everything you've done. I actually wanted to keep my daughter in independent studies, but she decided to come to high school. But she worked actually with Val, and it was great. It was the most. Val, like I agree with you, has such a huge heart to support the students, meet them where they are, meet them in a way that they feel seen, acknowledged, and that works to get them to the next level. So I was really glad to see that. And then I'm so glad to hear that there's a space that's going to be designed for our adult crew, which it's really important to belong, right? That's part of belonging, having an actual space that you're not moving around, but actually being in a space that you're saying that's our classroom, that's our space. So I'm glad to hear that in June it's coming. So I'm super glad to hear that, and I really want to thank you for all of your work that you're doing and years of being in our district and doing this work. Amazing stuff, and the students love to be in independent studies and spaces where that's how they learn in that setting. So I'm really glad to hear that. And then just send us, yeah, I would agree, send us the information of any events happenings because we would love to attend. Thank you. All right. Up next is the Migrant Education Program.
Well, that's coming up. Good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. Turkey. Good evening, community. I'm here with some esteemed colleagues. So again, we have Aida Ramirez here. She's also director of Migrant. And here to my side, he's also coordinator of Migrant. And then we have our senior director from Monterey County Office of Education, Constantino Silva, here as a special guest to join me. So we are here, and you're here to give you an update in terms of where we are with the Migrant Education Program. So a couple of things about the Migrant Education Program. It's a program that started in 1966. So we're talking about right around the time of the Civil Rights Act. It's a program dedicated to support our families who work in particular industries like fishing, agriculture, lumber, etc. And it's for our families who have been on the move, right? Not because necessarily by choice sometimes, right? But it's where the work takes them. And this program, a federally funded program, was created to ensure that we do not have a disruption in their education, to make sure that they still have the school readiness support that they need to be successful, because their challenges are different. So you can see here some of the programs and ways that our migrant families are supported, from academies to workshops to supporting with speech and debate. All of these elements, including engagement with parents, is dedicated again to support our families on top of the base program at a school district. And it's an intensive federal program that's got a lot of data that must be reported on. So you can see here that a lot of it is participation in the programs that I just mentioned before. X amount of hours, for example, for intervention or workshops or for speech, and as well as holding meetings. So these are the different data points that the colleagues behind me, particularly Jose and Aida and the rest of the migrant team here, work hard to make sure that they report to. Currently, we have about more than 300 families that are served through the migrant program. So that's also our our youngest kids that are under 5 years of age through high school. And then there's countless of other students that are out of school. They're like not 21 yet, but not in school, that the program through MCOE also supports for our families as well. So I'm here to give you an update. We are going to be moving along with the support of our migrant education team that we have behind me, along with others who aren't here with us right now. And in consultation with our parent advisory committee, we feel strongly that the best way to support a high quality program for our migrant families is to have it be directly provided by MCOE, a common support for school districts of our size. There are more than 10 school districts in the county, in the Monterey County, that get the direct support from MCOE, and they have years and years of experience doing this at a high level. There's two big reasons why, in consultation again with our migrant team and in consultation with our families, that we feel that this is the right move. Number one, we believe that there should be high quality programming, and at the moment, it's not at the level that our families deserve. It's not at the level that we expect it to be. And a lot of it has to do with the lack of program staffing. Not necessarily ours, although many people behind me wear many hats, as you just saw. They just finished presenting on other programs, and Migrant on top of that. And Migrant is one of the federally funded programs that requires the most reporting and accountability. But it's been difficult just finding all the programs that I mentioned before, so speech and debate, ELA, math. You have to go recruit and find people, and it has been a struggle to do that. And a lot of times money's left on the table for our families that we're not even using because we cannot get to the staffing. That leads to the lack of completion of hours. Also, in speaking to our parent advisory committee on 2 occasions, and I'll get to the timeline in a few moments, they felt that the programming could be better. They felt that it could be better quality. They felt that the kids could be more engaged. And it isn't because the staff behind me and the staff in the migrant program isn't working hard. It's because it's difficult to get the programming the staffing that's needed for that. Which brings me to the other point. Everyone here has a very strong neck behind me because of all the hats that they wear. So we talked about the great work behind the folks behind me. They're working at breakneck speed across multiple programs, and it's been very challenging for them to do the programs that's under their responsibility. So there are your two biggest reasons for why we believe it's the right thing to move the program to MCOE. Now, an important thing I want to say here is that this isn't a permanent move. At any moment in time, like when this next school year is over, if we feel that something has changed in our capacities or other factors that allow us to run it directly, we can always revisit that on a yearly basis at any time. It's not a thing that's done forever, and that's also something that we convey to our families. There's a correction here on this timeline. I want to say there wasn't a board meeting in December. In December is when Dr. Turkey started connecting and communicating with our board members to let them know of the transition that we were about to have. But this move began in early fall when, as a new member to our school district, I started talking to Aida, our director, and to Jose, our coordinator, and just ask questions. How's it going? What's going well? What isn't? What's our strengths? What's our weaknesses? And the things that I alluded to before became very evident from the very beginning. And when I looked at funding reports from the last few years and looking at money unspent, it was very clear to me that we're struggling to provide the service that our families deserve. And it isn't because our staff isn't working hard and that they care passionately for it. So we began to find out, well, what are the options? And that's when I began to start collaboration and interaction with Constantino to tell us what the options are with MCOE. One of the requirements, if you're ever going to make a move to have the regional, the MCOE run the migrant program, is that you must consult with our parents. And as you can see here, we had two different meetings. We had a meeting in February, and we just had one last month where we interacted with a parent advisory committee to basically do a bit of the presentation I just did right now and to get their thoughts and their questions. And if I could summarize some of the things, I would say that they were nervous, right? They were wondering what's going to happen with services, what's going to happen with the staff. Totally understandable pieces. The majority of our families there agreed with us that they will be willing to see where this goes because they see the struggles with our migrant program from our PAC. That doesn't mean that it was easy for them, right? Because they are very much attached to some of the staff, which I'll talk about in a few moments. But they were in agreement that this would be the best thing to do to try to see if this will get our programs to be stronger. And that was over 2 meetings. Where we are right now, entering May now and through July, is that our wonderful staff in our migrant program that I just mentioned right now, they're going to do programming throughout the whole summer so that we don't have any interruption or balls falling between June and July. Like one way could have been like, hey, we stop at June 30th and MCOE start July 1st. In consultation with the team, they really felt that we should own it through the summer so that there's no interruption and that we use that on-ramp to really get going and make sure that we're ready to go for the start of the year. So some of the things that MCU is already doing with Aida and with Jose is working on securing staff. Interviews are underway. Some of our own current staff from migrant right now applied for those same positions. They were encouraged to do so by Constantino and by Jose and by Aida. And fingers are crossed that some of them or all of them get hired because they already know our families to continue some of that work. There's a lot of logistics that need to be worked out. And Jose is going to continue to run point even through next year in terms of things like meeting spaces, being able to communicate with families, getting support to information in our SIS system, which is a common way to collaborate with MCOE when it comes to this. And of course, setting up the plan and communicating with our families moving forward. This is the work for these next few months that we have. So when August comes and we can do that handoff and collaboration, it is clear and our parents feel supported and they feel that we follow through with what we said in our PAC meetings. So at this moment, I'm going to pause because I'm sure you may have some questions. And again, with the help of my esteemed colleagues here, we will do our best to answer the questions that y'all may have.
Thank you. I'm going to first open it to any public comment. Zoom. All right, closing public comment. I'll go ahead and start with Martha. Oh, Julia, I'll start with you. Do you have any questions, Julia, about the migrant program?
No, go. Go, girl.
We're always going to start with you, Julia. It was my fault. I forget.
I mean, it's a great program that school or in this district. And I just really like how honest you are saying, like, addressing what needs to be changed or how we need more staff and directly addressing it and trying to solve it. Like, as soon as possible.
Thank you. The decision wasn't taken lightly. We did a lot of thought behind this. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Martha?
As like you said, a lot of decision, a lot of conversations before this transition happened, and we do want it best for the students and the families at the end of the day, right? Whatever best serves them. And the last slide prior to this, when you said you put it back, you know, on the next steps, work with the district to secure meeting and programming spaces for transition. What is your thought process around that?
Want to talk about spaces?
Sure. Thank you, Antonio. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of the thoughts around the next steps. So as Mr. Garcia said, we are in the process of hiring staff to come work in the district, and we are heartened to see that some of the staff that has been working in the district is applying for the positions, and that also meet the needs and the requests of the families. They ask for continuity and working, having staff that knows them and knows the community. So we're happy about that, but we will need workspace, right? We will need cubicles and offices and whatnot, desks and phone lines and access to the student information system and all of the logistics to having a team that has all of the requirements to carry out their work is essentially what we're working together with the team here on, making sure that we have the office space, and then going forward that we're able to secure meeting spaces, right, there to reserve spaces for the PAC meetings, for example, or any other events that we have for after school classes, Saturday classes, that we have the spaces that we need to deliver the services.
And so where do we have those meetings today with the families? Do they? I know I know it's limited, so that's what I'm asking.
Family Resource Center.
That's
Yes. What I did when we were planning out the calendar for the year, I pretty much had to look at my adult education schedule, and whenever I didn't have classes, that's when I would schedule the workshops or the PAC meetings, because it was the only time that we had available space. That, or I would reserve the community room at the public library.
Okay, so that's what you've been using right now. Therefore,
And then when they do the after the school programs, when they do the school programs, those happen at the elementary school. So it's kind of incorporated as part of the nest. So then it's working with the individual schools. And that's what we'll say coordinates with Carol. So that kind of covers one program, because there's different components to it.
All right.
Would you mind repeating that? Because I'll try to take notes. What makes you go to the community room versus at the school?
Because so at the school, sometimes it's a little bit difficult to get rooms. Sometimes teachers are a little bit protective of their space. So, and it's understood. So, I know, because sometimes of the number of parents that would attend our meetings, we would just basically have to look for a centralized location, and the Family Resource Center or the library would be the optimal, choice.
I just want to piggyback because I didn't hear them.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
Rick?
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for being so transparent with the public and with us. Yeah, we'll just see how it goes. I'm sure we're going in the right path, and provide the best care we can for all the students, families. Thank you.
Angelo?
Right. On the minutes, if we can amend my prayer statement, I had to wear 4 hats, not 3. So I gotta say, and you was too. Like my jaw dropped because I was really confident. Like when I left you guys, it's like, wow, just all that work for 3. Then I find out it's 4 today. Once again, thank you for your hard work. If I could ask for a little bit of follow-up.
It's a team.
We get hit with a lot of information. Sometimes I don't hear everything, or I might have not heard it correctly. As an example, I really thought when we were doing this, our staff was going to transition over to MCOE. So I'm not criticizing what's going on, but it's just the way I heard it in my head. You might have said it the correct way. It's just there's a lot of info coming here. If I can get follow-up of how many people did apply to MCOE? Did they get hired? No, this is like down the road, by summertime. And the ones that didn't apply, why did they not apply? If you can find out information.
What I can tell you is that from our current migrant team, 2 people applied and they're in the process right now. They haven't selected the people yet. Soon in the next couple of weeks, they're going to make a determination. So we will know if our folks who
2
did
out of what?
apply. Sorry.
2 out of how many?
2. It's only 3 of us, pretty much. So
Okay.
2 out of 3.
So 100% applied then?
If I might add, a former North County employee who's now with another district has also applied. So he would also be in the money.
It's just, and like I said, that's not, it's just my head. So I was just curious about like how
Yeah.
it went.
Yeah.
But that's for follow-up, not the right now.
That's it, Angel?
Mhm.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Now, thank you for talking to the parents and talking to our main constituents, right? Of asking what is it that they're, and in all honesty, I am with them. I'm nervous. Because sometimes, no offense, MCOE, just in general, when programs are not within our district, within our space, sometimes it feels like an afterthought when our students are sent somewhere. It could be seen that way, right? That they're like, okay, you're not going to be managed by our district, but I understand the reasoning. I'm hoping that we'll see how it goes and that there's really consistency within the services, within that families are feeling like nothing really changed, even though like the admin part changed, but they're not feeling it in the programmatics and in the delivery of the impact to the students, that they're not feeling the change, right? So I'm hoping that when you come back and give us an update, that you're reporting, yes, the families still feel the same. They still feel the program is going the same. I was a migrant student all through my schooling, okay, through 12. So I understand sometimes when we would be like, okay, send them here, send them there, all this stuff. And it didn't feel like we belonged into spaces, right? So that's why I'm really nervous about all this, but I'm confident that we are going to create the consistency so that our families don't feel it that way, that they still feel like there are our families. It is our program where someone is just managing it somewhere else, right? That they're not seeing it as different, things are changing, stuff is now like, and I'm hoping that we actually have staff that are also familiar with our families so that they can understand when is the best time to meet, when is the best time for meetings, where is the best time for meetings, that they actually have worked and understand the way that our families, especially our migrant families, right? Because they come, they go, they are already going through a lot of transition. Those students are already having to go through a lot of new things all the time because they're migrating. So we're hoping that the consistency stays as much as possible. And I'm looking forward to hear in a couple of months how it started and how it's going. But I thank you for putting thought into it and putting and thinking what's best for our students. And also, like when you mentioned, Julia, being honest about saying we can do better. And this is the way that we can do better for our students.
And I'd just like to say, Adriana, that was something that we did talk a lot about, that the consistency has to be there. And the parents shouldn't feel anything different because they're still going to get their services at their local schools within the district. And we've already been receiving support from migrant with our PAC meetings, the trainings. Alejandra kind of came in and did the training, so the parents are familiar with certain key staff members from migrant. And it is as exactly as you described it, behind the scenes work that's happening, but we want the services to be seamless. And for that, that's why just getting the space for them, you know, we know Castroville is a key area for them where a lot of stuff happens. Obviously, the high school is a key area for the secondary. So just kind of streamlining that process. And I know that that's what Jose is he's gonna be that bridge, like home base in the sense of, I know what he's gonna do for next year, but just to keep helping coordinate and be that anchor and not just leave migrant staff hanging, you know, with nobody. Well, who do we go to? It's that part will be there. Cause we knew when we were talking about how can we create that sense for our families. And we all felt very strongly that's just critical. It's critical.
Perfect. And then one question I did have is there anything we need to know as a board regarding, because it is a federal funded program, that we should prepare for, that we should know about right now with all those federal fundings and programs being cut? Is that something that it's on the talk? Because if it is cut, we have to know how are we going to then support our students who are migrant students, right?
Thank
Go for it,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, all right. Thank you for that
That's a
question.
loaded question. It's a heavy
It's-
question.
Yeah, funding for this coming fiscal year. So what I'm about to share with you is the guidance that we have received from the California Department of Education, the Migrant Education Office. The states, all of the states receive award letters from the federal government, from OME, from the Office of Migrant Education. Typically that happens in late February, early March. Because of the turmoil and the chaos or the challenges at the Federal Department of Education, the Migrant Education Office has not been shut down and has not been cut. But as you can imagine, the department as a whole is going through challenges. And that those letters, those funding letters that the states would normally get, like I said, late February, early March, have not been sent out, have not been received by the states. Therefore, the California Department of Education can't give us our letter, our funding letter, right? Our preliminary funding letter is what we usually get around this time. Nevertheless, what they hear from their lawyers and from their sources in Washington, D.C. is funding is not being cut for this coming fiscal year for 25-26. It is going to be coming. It's just delayed because of all of those challenges. So we are moving forward with the planning and we are going to execute the services because the understanding is funding will be arriving. What is not as certain at this point is for 26-27. Those budget discussions at the federal level are ongoing and we will see where that goes. But for 25-26, funding will be here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
And if I may go back to just briefly to your previous comment, I want to thank you for speaking from the heart as a former migrant student. I'm a former migrant student, and many of the employees in the migrant program at MCUE were former migrant students. And I just wish I want you to know that the lead, our program lead, our migrant program specialist, who I have assigned to be our lead for this district. She is a former migrant student from this district who lives in Castroville still. So she and we all care deeply about this community, and we are going to work day and night to make sure we deliver the best services for the migrant students of this district.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate that. And let us know how we can continue to support that.
Thank you,
All
everybody.
right. Thank you.
Mrs. Tino.
All right. Next up is facilities.
Good afternoon, board, Dr. Turkey and community. We are here today to share with you a facilities update. As of recent, it's been a while since we've done this. I think it's been 2 months, maybe a little longer. And in that 2 months, we've had some transition, in which I'm sure you're all well aware of, from the departure of Dr. Santa Cruz and Rosario Sandoval and hiring new staff. Within that transition, I want to introduce you to our new
District Director of Facilities Projects. So he's Facilities Project Supervisor for the district. So I'll hand the mic when you can introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Angel Conte. I met you briefly a couple of board meetings ago when it was accepted. But I really want to say excited to be here. I've been doing my rounds throughout the sites, great meeting some great people, some new faces and some familiar faces. So it's been awesome reception that I've gotten from your staff. So I'm excited to be here, and we did make a couple of changes on the presentation. So we printed out latest. We didn't take off anything. We just added a few things. So it was just more of additions. But I'll still be running that presentation. If anybody needs a copy, we did print out some copies of the new presentation in Spanish and English out here. So like I said, we wanted to go ahead and give a quick review of the facility projects for the district-wide, and we wanted to focus on a couple of things. One is the ongoing current projects, where they currently stand, where we're at. Second are summer projects. We're right now currently doing our planning and execution of those projects upcoming, and then also focus on the upcoming projects for the 25-26 school year that we'll be able to, that are in talks. We haven't done necessarily the planning, but are in talks, and it's things that we're looking forward to. So starting with the ongoing projects right now, one of the main ones that we've decided to hit the ground running with is our, in partnership with the MCOE, there is a building set up for ELP at our middle school. So currently that project had been placed on hold a little bit. Well, just a little bit of delay. So we've been working with MCOE on making sure that that project keeps progress. We met with MCOE starting in May 2nd. We've actually, today was the third time we met since then. Just want to get everybody in the same page. MCOE has also had some transition. So their leadership, the people that we've been meeting with are not the people that started this project either. So that's why we're meeting. We're actually going to be planning on follow up another meeting tomorrow with their ELP program. Currently, this program is out to bid for the trenching of to be able to connect services to that building that they have in the middle school. The services would be electricity, water, and internet connection. So we're in that process, and that project is expected to be completed by June 30th of this year. And there's emphasis on that deadline due to financial restraints with some of the programs that MCOE has. So some of the funding that they have. So we are going ahead and pushing that project forward.
So an update on the fire suppression system. As you know, we are now fully operative, and we have the fire chief, Mr. Marino, was out here with the fire marshal to kind of put his hands and eyes on our system for approval, and he was very impressed with what we've put together as a temporary solution, and as we figure out next steps with a permanent replacement. So with that being said, we're working with Pear Tree Belly right now, and we've submitted and anticipate the application to start the permanent replacement May 20th. So once that is completed, we'll reach out to our legal team to develop the legal docs so we can go to public bid for that permanent replacement. And we anticipate, again, our understanding is right now that once we go to bid and place the order, we're anticipating a 6 to 12 month lead time after the order is placed for the fire suppression system. So we're still within that 18-month window, but the progress is ongoing, and I think we're making good headway on that particular project. More to come on that as it's developed, but that's where we are right now. Room 10, Central Bay. In the absence until recently, with Angel with us now, my lead maintenance tech has been hands-on and assisting with the IEEE project at Central Bay Room 10, which I very much appreciate.
and that is ongoing and on time. And they're almost done. They've been working on the playground. I think the only outstanding items, my understanding, is the ramps and some fine tuning and then fire inspection to be completed after, well, it's actually already been done. And then that will be done also by June 30th, 2025. Hazardous material at the NMC High School. This is something code regulatory. Again, during the transition, we were informed that we were not up to code, and we were out of code for over 2 years with SIRS. So I've been working closely with SIRS and a company we've resourced out to Act Enviro. We're making good progress. The next steps is to get the chemist reports back for the appropriate disposal of the hazardous material that's throughout the high school. So I'm hopeful, well, we'll by the end of, well, maybe the first part of the summer or during the summer, all the hazardous material that's been compiling over here at the high school for years will be collected and disposed of properly. And then going forward, they're also working on what's called a hazardous business material plan, which is also required by law by the state of California for all sites. But we're starting with the high school as the first step. So that's they're working with us to develop that, and there's more to come because there's going to be information that they'll need from the district if there was in fact an emergency. The feasibility study, staff housing, if I may ask Dr. Turkey to speak on this, if you don't mind, because I don't really have much information, but if.
Sure, of course. So the former Moss Landing Middle School is the area in which we're doing the feasibility study. And the reason for this essentially is because of the expensive housing in our area. And the difficulty is for some staff to actually be able to live here, right? And so in terms of recruitment and retention of staff members, being able to provide housing at below market rate, which is good housing, right? Housing which looks nice, housing which has got communal areas, housing which has got green spaces, housing which when you go past, you're like, yeah, I'd like to live there, right? That's the kind of housing which we're talking about. And the feasibility study, essentially, a variety of things which need to happen. We'll be talking later on in the meeting about getting a workhouse housing committee. Thank you for the words, Martha. I appreciated that name. It's called a committee. Yes, that's right. So a workforce housing committee and other feasibility things like planning documents, how much it would cost, okay, how we would fund it, what the market rates are, all of those kind of things. And also what exactly would we want on that site? Okay, so more to come on that, but it's pretty exciting. Yeah, so more to come. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about it.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Another section, this is one that got updated in your presentation, but we wanted to discuss a little bit of the project right now that we're working on. I'm currently in my second week, and I could honestly tell you that this is something that I've been focusing on. It's from the day one. We wanted to make sure that we work on these uncertified DSA projects. And the reason why, although some of these cases precede us of our arrival, actually may precede a lot of us here in the room, because we have some of these dating back to 1995. 1996, a lot of them 2008. So although it's a top priority for us. Why? Because it can potentially prevent our seeking new approvals for DSA. So there is a grave danger of just ignoring some of these. Just a little history on what happened with DSA is that in the past, DSA wouldn't necessarily force somebody to close or certify files before closing them. So it just kind of snowballed into them. So right now, DSA is asking districts to close these uncertified actually to certify these closed files. So in the list that we provided, we had up to 30 cases that were uncertified. We've been able to go through them, look at them. Right now, we were able to divide them, separate them. So 11 of them are uncertified. They are closed. So our steps right now, we've requested, on 8 of them, we've requested for those files to be reopened. We have 3 that we requested files that were submitted to, so we can take a look, study that file and see what's needed. We have 3 that have been certified over the last few months, just that we were able to work on. There's 8 of them are currently open DSA projects, and 4 that have been canceled or voided at some point. So we were able to say, no, that project never went through. We want to go ahead and cancel and make sure that it's not affecting our numbers. So the reason why, once again, going back to this, is that although DSA is making this push to make sure that these projects are certified, they are definitely understaffed and overwhelmed. So even though that their timelines are a little bit on the rough side, we will continue to do everything on our power to make sure that we move forward. Let's get the in a sports metaphor, we're going to get the ball out of our court into them, and let's go ahead and start moving forward, because some of those restrictions that they can place is also based on progress. So if they show that we are doing our due diligence in moving these, they will accept those. So it is part of that. They're not completely ignoring that there's a little bit of fault on that side. So we are definitely working on this. Like I said, this is a priority number 1 for us. We'll continue to some upcoming summer projects.
Yeah, and I just wanted to kind of caveat to what he was sharing with the DSA uncertified projects, and give kind of a kudos to Angel here, because he's only been here, but as he said, only a week, and he's done a lot of work, which is pretty impressive. So I really appreciate all the work that you've done already. And we've kind of reached out to any firms that have worked closely with the district over the last 30 years.
Yes.
Casavan, Pear Tree Belly have been a great resource to assist us in kind of untying this knot. This is the best analogy I can give you. We have a knot here that we're untying, figuring out what needs to be done, and then addressing it as best we possibly can. I know the timeline is something that we've all direly, we want a specific timeline. And, we've asked that question of all those constituents, and they all can't really give us a straight answer, other than to the response that they are overwhelmed at DSA currently, because they've created this mandate that all districts are having to fulfill, and they don't have the staff to essentially address it. I think Casavan shared one with us that it's taken them a year to get the approval from DSA for one particular district recently.
Can I mention something?
Sure.
Add something.
Sure.
A lot of these cases, once again, back to 1996, some of these we may have to connect with our architects or with our inspectors of record. Sadly, some people may not be with us anymore, or the companies may have separated. So those are some of the struggles, some of the challenges that we're facing. We are, that's the reason why we're working with groups like Pear Tree and Castroville, because some of the projects, what we would need to do is switch them over to their projects so that they could become the name of record and be able to close them up. So that's why we're connecting with architects firms that we've worked with in the past, because they are knowledgeable in our district, and they know where we stand with those projects.
Yeah, and just to emphasize a little bit more, they also require a certified architect and AOR to close the project out, to do the proper process of application to DSA. And because, to his point, a lot of these are 10 years or older, it requires what they call a PCIP, which is essentially an architect has taken on the responsibility of work that's been done in this district that they didn't essentially sign off on, or their stamp of signature is not on that project. So they have to start from scratch and do various things to recertify that project in order to close it. So that's why it takes the time that it does. And again, it's on case by case basis. So we're learning a lot. So moving forward on upcoming summer projects, and working with our new assistant superintendent, Ms. Brenda Ramirez and Angel and others throughout the district, we've surmised the things that really we want to focus our energy on to complete before the end of summer. One being the gates that were requested at Echo Valley. That one, we actually need to go out and meet on site with Jacob, the principal, and contractors to come up with a solution or a plan, because currently there's no power at the entrance. So we're trying to figure out a way to do this. Maybe an alternative would be solar rather than running a hard line. So we're kind of thinking out of the box of how we can make this happen. Water and sewer line replacements. Currently right now at at Elkhorn and Echo Valley, those leach fields are in dire need of what I would call deferred maintenance. And we've had many, many issues, and it's costing the district a significant amount of money because we're pumping those two particular sites out. Some now every month when it really should be every 6 months, and that's costing a significant amount of money to the district. So it needs to be addressed this summer, and it's a kind of a safety issue. So it's a top priority. And we've already reached out to a few contractors and we're waiting bids. Campus move out of Old Moss Landing Middle School. We're about, I would say, at least from FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment of cleanup, about 80%. And right now there's the old concession stand behind the district office that we've also been working on as an alternative storage facility, since we can't utilize that in its capacity because it wasn't a DSA project when it was built. So we're going to utilize that space. We're going to clean it up, and it's going to be utilized as a storage space, all things archives for the district. I've already reached out to a couple contractors. We've received bids. They're coming in around $100,000 for completion. In other words, creating a sidewalk accessibility to the, from the DO or high school, or wherever it may be, in proper storage with lighting and camera and so forth. So some of the files we have to keep, 7 to 10 years. So, that's ongoing and will be done by the end of summer. Energy study. The energy study is done. The engineers have been on site during spring break. We're waiting for the results from PG&E. And they'll come back and award for the high school and middle school up to $1 million at a zero interest loan that will be paid back on a bottom line to the utility bill. So there will not be no additional increase, but that ROI is based on the savings. So in other words, if we reduce our energy, but let's say 20% at the high school, that 20% savings is going to roll to pay off the loan to PG&E at zero interest. There's no mandated period of time to pay it off either. But the reason we're doing this is because by the state of California, we can no longer buy CFL bulbs. And so I was able to find a resource to kind of hold us over until we can get the approval from PG&E. And our hopes is that that will be approved this summer, and the entire high school will be relamped with LEDs and an improved HVAC system, which would potentially add a building management system to control the HVAC so we can see things before they happen. Okay, this is the one that we all want to know about. The North Monterey County High School campus improvements. Phase 1, finalizing punch list. The punch list, we are done. We're still waiting for the power supply for the LED exterior lights. It's supposed to be here anytime now within the week or two. And we're waiting for the windscreen on the fence, as well as the foul pole lines for the baseball field. So that's what's remaining for phase 1. Notice of completion's already been sent through Verde, and that's ongoing. Phase 2, that's already been approved by the board to proceed, or I'm sorry, phase 3, and to proceed on June 9th, 2025 with a completion by August 2025 for phase 3. DSA has recently approved as of April 30th, phase 2. And so we're waiting for the proposal to submit to the board on phase 2, and which is if you recall, it's the sign that goes to the entrance of the stadium. And then a new one, this is in development, is the North Monterey County High School Library Wellness Center, which is will be right here. So I'm going to be working with the cabinet and the principal and the vice principal for layout design development. And then we'll go out to bid and see what we can do and doing it properly and following all rules and regs and have that done by end of summer. And for the last part, if I could invite Dr. Gann, as she's been spearheading the CCTV cameras and the PA clocks.
Good evening, board. As you can see, facilities is super busy. And so I tapped in to take the lead on the CCTV and the PA clocks. So as you know, it's coming to the attention from community members and other people that there's not cameras at our elementaries and at our ed ops. And so we had that, putting cameras at Echo Valley brought up needing cameras at other places. And so I've been working with contractors, getting bids, talking about which equipment we might want to get. And so we're kind of coming to a close with that project, and I'll be coming to present, the decision that we're going to go in the coming weeks. It's looking somewhere around $200,000 cameras at all the elementaries and ed ops. And then for PAs and clocks, it's come up from the community, the board, the superintendent that it's an issue at several of our sites having outdated PAs and clocks. And so I'm working with some different vendors, getting some bids on upgrading. It'll require cabling and a new clock speaker combo to go up in all the classrooms and new horns on campuses. So we're finalizing some of making decisions on maybe which equipment we want to purchase. And then we'll be bringing a final project to you also in the next couple weeks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so the playground structure at Echo Valley, we've confirmed that it was not a DSA project and that it should be it's DSA required. So moving forward, this is going to be something where we're currently working with Pear Tree Belly to kind of backtrack and do things properly so we can finish that project at Echo Valley. The play structure is there. It's just the shade. The shade structure is not. So in order to do it properly, we're having to backtrack a little bit, and there's more to come on that. It's currently an ongoing process, which we're working very closely with them to make it happen. On the repair, backup generator, we're still waiting for a part to see if that potentially will fix the issue. We've had multiple companies come out and look at it, and they think that that's the first step, so that's why we're starting there. The district-wide key control badges, empty storage container, HVAC replacement, roof replacements, and modular siding replacement. We're currently working on our budget development right now for the next fiscal year. And we've done a review of the existing facility master plan. And we found, and we're all in agreement, that a facility condition assessment should be done for the district to identify all things within the district, how we should go about doing the things that are on this list, because there's an excessive amount of deferred maintenance. The facility condition assessment will allow us to create those measurable quantitative values to determine and prioritize how and where we should start first. So this is of a very recent discussion as we discussed budget development, but that I think is the right approach going forward to have an FCA or a facility condition assessment done to see where we are and then prioritize and create a 5-year deferred maintenance plan.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important for us to be able to have a plan moving forward, being able to know exactly where our facilities are at, be able to bring that plan to you and be able to be able to prioritize how we move forward. Be able to be smart with our budgets and be able to see how we can best make an impact in improving our facilities. And that's something that we've been discussing. Oh, for right now, do you have any questions?
Right, thank you. I'm first going to open it up for any public comment.
Hello, Cassandra Quaylar, second grade teacher at Elkhorn Elementary. the CCTV cameras at the elementary. I love this idea. And it made me think of, I think at the beginning of this school year, Monterey County Sheriffs came here offering to put a camera or asking if they could put a camera at Castroville Elementary to look at the road, not necessarily at the school, but they said if there was a crime committed there, that it would see the cars leaving, driving around the school. And seeing the cost of these cameras, which I think is important, worth spending the money on, I was thinking maybe we could also ask Monterey County if they would be willing to maybe put that camera in that they had offered that we said we didn't want, because it seems like we're kind of headed towards having cameras in the district now. So I just thought that might be an idea to bring up in public comment, especially as a teacher whose classroom was robbed in the past. It would have been nice to have something caught on camera. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? What? Turn your timer.
Good evening, board. I've been attending the facilities committee meetings for a while. So my concern is with any DSA project, you have to have it up to spec. So for those 30 uncertified projects, is the district expected to bring up all those 1996 through 2025 projects back to spec before we get certified?
All right, thank you.
Question.
That and if there's any board member that wants
Oh.
to spend their time with those questions, it's just public comment. Thank you. You know, Enrique. Any other public comment? What about on Zoom? No? No? Can you unmute? What is the name? Junior?
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi
Buenas-
nombre es Julio. Jácome a mi estudiante van a la escuela Elkhorn.
No escuchamos bien, Junior.
¿Sí me
¿Puede-
escuchan?
Ahora sí ya estamos escuchando. Junior, ¿nos puedes escuchar?
Hola, ¿sí me escuchan?
Ahora sí te escuchamos. Continúa.
Sí, díganos. I think so. I can listen on the
Ah, I see. Technology is supposed to help us. Go ahead.
Yes. De nuevo, señor, porque no se escuchaba. Usted está en el. I can hear myself. Usted está en el canal de español, señor.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Sí.
Hola. Mi nombre es Julio. Mis estudiantes son de la escuela Elkhorn. Quería hacer un comentario sobre lo que están hablando sobre las cámaras. Eso es uno de los temas muy importantes para mí por la seguridad de los estudiantes, porque a veces uno nunca sabe.
¿Lo puedo interrumpir, señor? Perdón. Si tiene prendido un micrófono, estamos escuchando mucho eco. Necesita apagar su micrófono. I can hear a lot of feedback.
I can hear him.
You can hear him, okay.
He said it's very important that we put cameras because when we're not in school. Continúe.
Si pudiera empezar de nuevo para poder darle la traducción, señor.
Ahora sí me escuchan.
Sí.
Ok. ¿Vuelvo a empezar? Oh, estaba diciendo que yo soy el padre de Julio Jacome de la escuela Elkhorn y el tema sobre las cámaras de vigilancia se me hace muy importante porque para la seguridad de los estudiantes, porque en la escuela Elkhorn yo desde que entraron mis hijas ahí, mi hija entró en el grado 2 y ahorita ya está en middle school en el grado 8 desde que entraron a esa escuela miré esa preocupación de que no hay cámara de seguridad porque algunas veces miré a algunos homeless o así otras personas que no eran de ahí y me presentaba la preocupación porque no hay ni securities ni cámaras y es bueno escuchar que van a instalar cámaras.
And I'm a parent at Elkhorn School. And I think this issue concerning surveillance cameras is very important. I've always been concerned about the safety of my children. I have a daughter in Elkhorn School, and she was in second grade when she started. And when she first moved here, she was in second grade, and now she's in eighth grade. This has been a concern of mine. I've seen homeless people in the area and other people loitering around, and I noticed there are no security guards nor cameras, so this is a very important issue to have cameras.
Gracias. Thank you. Any other public comment? Closing public comment. Julia.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm glad one of the projects is for CCTV, TV, the cameras and clocks. I was like trying to find the time earlier. But yeah, thank you.
Welcome. Yeah, I think it's important. We'll be working closely with Dr. Gann to get those projects going.
Thank you. All right, Rick.
Thank you for your presentation. Always happy to hear as much information about facilities as possible. Yeah, if anyone had an answer for Enrique's question about 30 and if the 30 uncertified DSA projects have to be complete before anything else can be started, or if
Yeah, well, right now, DSA, once again, to every district in California, is letting them know that there's a chance that DSA projects will not be accepted if there's incomplete or uncertified programs. It is with the understanding that as long as we're showing our progress, we're doing our due diligence, we're doing everything possible to get them to where they should be, that's okay. They understand that. And we have actually we've had touched every single one of those uncertified ones by emailing or sending the forms that we're requiring to either open up the case again or ask for the file so that we could see what's required. So yes, like I said, they do have to be completed, but at the same time, because we are showing progress, we are in the right direction so that they could approve it. For example, fire and the fire suppression system that got approved because of the need of it. And anything that we have, as long as it's for life and safety, those are the type of things that they are moving forward.
Thank you. And time motion study is it
Oh,
complete?
yes. It's complete. We finished the motion study and the summary was shared and provided to the cabinet. And we confirmed that we do in fact need 2 additional custodial staff members for the high school. But it also was enlightening and showing the schedule as far as who, the schedule was not fair by square footage of responsibility, but it also provided information is the condition of the equipment. So we've actually purchased a new equipment. We purchased a new golf cart. We purchased new commercial grade equipment to maintain the campus. And then also we're implementing all the safety guidelines that we should be following, like MSDS and eye wash stations and that kind of thing. But yes, we've received the approval from the cabinet to move forward in hiring those 2 additional staff members. So we're literally, this was within the last couple of days. We're going through the schedules and then we'll reach out to HR to post those 2 positions here, probably, I would say, the first part of next week.
Is there any more of a breakdown that we'll get, like of the whole study or anything like that that's pertinent?
If you'd like, we can provide it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, of course.
Okay.
Thank you. And I had asked you guys about the MCOE area by the middle school in that little corner. What was the reason that it's just chilling there like that? It's not being used?
Yes, correct. That's the one that we're working on, the trenching.
Okay.
That's the one, the first topic that we talked. But yeah, it was just not connected. And
Okay. I just want to confirm that. And then, but the reason I ask is because the blight of it, it's just awful. And that's why I asked about this MCOEs, who's responsible and can we get that cleaned up, or do they care? Or are they not going to do anything? Or
no, and like I said, I'm going to meet with them tomorrow, so I could definitely talk to them about just a little bit the aesthetics of it right now, especially because they are going to be working. We discussed that today. Part of their completion of it is the landscaping of it.
because
So
it's
it
a
is
reflection of our community and
Yes.
our district, and we don't want more, bad things looking in our town and stuff like that.
absolutely.
And the ADA compliances around the sites how's the priority list on that, or anything moving on that?
Yeah, with just as an example, anytime we open up any project, we are opening up ourselves to ADA compliance test review. As an example, here with entryway of North Monterey High School, even though it was the entryway and everything, part of the punch list that we're working on is also ADA compliance with restrooms inside the campus and the ADA parking under the shade structures, because that's something that as soon as we open up a project, DSA will look into the ADA compliance of the school itself, of the campus. So it is something that we value. We want to make sure that we are staying in compliance. It's something that we could be moving forward as we do look at our facilities needs of our
Is
conditions.
there anything that you guys see that is kind of like, I don't know if it's not required, but just things that could make the students that need the accessibility feel like every other student, such as like the middle school, or we had elevators at Echo Valley that weren't working, but they're working now. But and there's examples of like, oh, they build these bridge, these walkways to let wheelchairs out to the beach, or same thing for the parks and stuff like that. So I'm just curious, if we could, take a good look for our future, for we've been talking about it for a while, a little bit. So just to throw that out there.
I think part of that facility condition assessment will be part of the ADA compliancy for improvements.
Oh, okay.
So they'll be looking at that will be part of the FCA.
Yeah.
As you say, at the middle school.
Yeah.
To make sure that there is a ramp actually up there to the main entrance there. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good point.
And is there any, do we ever use or get that turf like cleaning machine?
Yes, we did. We've received the machine, and we've recently found out that our tractor is in op. It won't support the machine that we purchased, so we've put it in the budget to replace the existing tractor, so we can use the device that we've purchased. I thought you were actually talking about the sports turf. That actually was.
No, yeah, I'm talking about
the sports turf. Yes, field turf was out here during spring break. They did a thorough cleaning of the field. They replenished the rubber in the hard spots, and they also did a GMAX testing. We just actually received the report today, and that was done during spring break.
Awesome. So, and you had mentioned that we need an assessment. It was at the end, a study or something.
Yes.
What was that called again?
It's called a facilities condition assessment.
Does that cost? Is that gonna like be like a separate company or anything like that?
It will be a
Okay.
separate company, and this is really new information. We were kind of brainstorming today as we're in budget development and looking at the deferred maintenance and looking at what we currently have available to us now, and it's outdated. And so that's where we've kind of come up with a consensus that in order to bring us to a current deferred maintenance, a facility condition assessment with persons that are biased to the situation, not contractors that are specialists within fields of electrical, mechanical, plumbing, landscaping, ADA compliancy, will provide a report to the district as to what we need to address and kind of provide a priority to us that makes sense: safety, regulatory, code, aesthetics, and so forth.
And forgive me for not knowing, but is that something that we can do in-house?
We could do it in-house, but to be transparent, we don't have the resources to do
Okay.
it in-house.
Yeah.
If we had
Everyone's
the staffing, we
busy
could.
and stuff.
But because I'll give you an example. They start with the building envelope on the outside. They look at the envelope structure of the building from the parking lot, ADA compliancy, to the building, to the door structures, the walls, the stucco, the roof, the gutters. They literally, it's a very thorough inspection of the facilities. And they come back with the recommendations based on priority from existing conditions and safety. And then they'll say, and they'll actually come back with an estimated cost based on our zip code as well as part of that FCA.
Awesome. And then just thank you for the cameras and looking into it. You guys and Brianna and Dr. Gunn. And that'll complete my comment. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Martha.
Welcome, Angel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sounds like you hit the ground running.
Yeah.
So thank you for all those questions, Rick. You hit some of my questions. And both Rick and I are part of that facilities committee, and I know there's one coming up, right?
Yes.
So I'm gonna redirect that question about the assessment due to our last meeting. Tell us the difference between the facilities master plan was adopted versus the facilities assessment.
Well, I've reviewed the 90-page facility master plan that was completed. And I'm in discussions with the gentleman that created the facility master plan with the district. And some of the questions I had for that particular company was the facility condition assessment. You have to fix what you have first and before you can grow. The PAs, the clocks, the fire suppression system, all these things would be captured in the facility condition assessment to determine what we need to do first and maintain what we currently have before we can grow. If we grow more, we're currently not maintaining what we currently have. So it's like, you know, the best I can give you is putting the cart before the horse. And in order to prepare ourselves for growth and to make sure that we're compliant, we need to make sure we're maintaining what we currently have. And because there's an excessive amount of deferred maintenance, that's not inclusive of the facility master plan. Usually, like with the facility master plan, you have the FCA as a part of the FMP, including actually a UMP, which is a utility master plan to support the growth and projected cost to maintain those new facilities. So we have one piece of three. We're missing a UMP and an FCA that supports the FMP going forward. And that's just my professional opinion doing this in years, you know, in other positions as an associate.
Okay. And I know that at our last meeting, the task that was given to all the site leaders were to go back, meet with your teams, with parents, and start working on that priority list. So is that still going to happen, or you're planning on doing this assessment too, or is that going to happen simultaneously? Or
That's a good question. I think it's twofold. We know there's existing conditions like we've discussed today that we have to address, and there's others that will be a priority to those particular sites that will be included within that FCA. So in other words, when they do the interview process in FCA, that will be part of their introductory. They're going to meet with sites independently and determine what's priority, what do you see? And then they're going to do their audit themselves and come back with a plan. But moving forward, we still do the interview process and identify what needs to be done until we get the FCA completed. So in other words, there's no hold here. We're just saying the FCA is going to reinforce what we already know and beyond.
Okay. And then I know you already talked about DSA and you did confirm that our projects are not going to be held if you show progress, right? So when you talked about the playground shade structure at Echo Valley, DSA required. And it's my understanding that the shade structure's been bought and it's been in storage for over a year.
2
So-
years.
2
Yes,
years.
yes.
So we're not able to move forward even though we're showing progress?
Well, no, we can. That's why we're working with Pear Tree Valley right now to be able to see what's going to be needed to be moving forward. What we can move forward is without DSA approval. And as of right now, when we bought that shade structure, there was no DSA application for that project. So that's where we're working with our architectural team so that we can get DSA approval. So it is something that we are looking forward to try to complete that project.
Okay, so. it's
So
not
it hasn't
gonna
been
be-
denied or anything.
Right.
That's what we're working to get the approval.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good to hear, because I know that's been pending for a while.
Yes.
And, you know, I know it's not part of this project, but I'm just wondering, will you be coming back at one point in time, or I'm not aware, on giving us an update on, what do you call these, when they put in an order in the system? What is that?
We have
Work
a
orders?
Akita box with,
Work
yes.
orders. I mean, maybe future, give us an
Yes.
update on your work orders and your progress. I know you were doing a whole study. I'd be curious to understand, because of the fact you just said you're gonna hire 2 more people. What does that study look like? Like, how many work orders, what's the ratio per employee for them to finish that? Because I hear work orders are just in there forever and
Yeah.
not being done.
No, that's a good question. I'm glad you brought that up. Currently the work order system, we don't assign work orders to the custodians. So the work order system is primarily being focused in maintenance work order requests only. And so in other words, if something comes up, the work order is not going to a custodian to do the work. That's growth within the existing work order system that's going to be developed as we develop the PM system as well. And I know we've discussed that at length. And now that I have Mr. Conte here to assist, I can focus my energy on that PM program that I've been promising you since I started. So I'll be working on that heavily once I feel comfortable that he has his, hands around all things projects, and then I can focus all my energy on all things work orders, PMs, and improving the system and giving you better statistics.
Great, because one of the areas that I've been very concerned is the work order for 2 years to fix the window at Elkhorn School cafeteria. So I'd be really curious to know, I remember asking about in the beginning of the year and to understand what the challenge is, because I heard that order's been sitting there for 2 years. So,
No, thank you for bringing that up. Thank you.
okay.
Joe.
Yeah, actually got a few. I'm hoping that you can email Dr. Turkey so he can forward me your email.
Okay.
It's all these rules about how we communicate with you guys. I would like to know more about the hazmat compliance. Because as we were talking, I was going over some BMP and HNS codes. I know with toxic things, we talk about like paint or sludge, but something I've noticed this year doing school type visits is, especially at the elementary schools, they have their thermostat gives you a CO2 reading.
Yes.
And that's also, and I was trying to see if the gas items are also hazmat. But the readings, I'll pull them up right now because I was going through my photos to find it. They're in the 700s, 800s, somewhere in the 1500s, and somewhere in the 2000 range of parts per minute.
Parts per million.
Yeah, it's ungodly high. And this is where, well, I mean, I see that's alarming, but the part where I kind of get concerned, because I experienced this myself teaching here with maintenance staff, and this is before you guys here, but I hope it gets addressed, is that I'm not blaming them because I feel like they have such a huge to-do list that is very overwhelming. But sometimes as a teacher, you feel intimidated to speak to maintenance staff to ask for help, for basic help. And the teachers who were letting me know about this and what I saw were being disrespected by staff and basically told like, no, it gives you a reading, but it's not real. It's not a real reading. I would like to know, is that a CO2 reading at the school's real or not? Is it accurate or not? And being a teacher, and it is a hazard. When you get to that level of PPM, it is a hazard. So how do we, is that part of the hazmat compliance?
Well, actually, that's part of the facility and condition assessment and the energy study. We agreed to do the high school and middle school as the first step because they're the largest animals associated to utilities, energy, and cost. So part of it's not just relamping the high school, it's also improving the HVAC, which means a building management system, which will give us those CO2 levels, and we can monitor it remotely.
Well, I'm very excited about that because teaching here at the high school, I had no HVAC. I mean, my thermostat was on, hit the button, but nothing happened. But instead of talking about the future, I want to know what's happening with those schools right now that this year did in that CO2 levels. Was those teachers asking for help told accurate information that it's not an accurate, whatever, like maybe that reader is not accurate and we're not looking at it, or is it real? And
I'll have to look into that.
and that's why I'm asking. I'm not asking for a direct answer right now. I'm asking
Yeah.
for follow up, and you can meet with Dr. Turkey. But
Okay.
thank you for the high school part. But I would like to have part addressed because, and then does that go with the ongoing project of hazmat compliance? Because reading the BMP code says protect students and employees from exposure to any potentially hazardous substance used in the district's educational program and in the maintenance of the operation district facilities equipment. I know it's easy, like I said, I'm splitting hairs with the definition of hazmat, but at that level of PPM, it does turn into a hazardous material, but it's in a gaseous state. So my question is that part of that compliance? And if not, can we at least look into it?
Yeah, it's not part of the current hazmat envelope that they're dealing with. It's primarily like chemicals and disposal and inventory.
And that's specifically stated in the codes that are like the BMP and HNS codes. You can get back to me on that one.
Okay, I will. I will.
That's kind of my thing is the codes, but I would like to know if we could also look at the hazmat compliance codes, actually read the codes and see the fine print does it state CO2 at levels, because it might, we don't know yet unless we read it again, because it's written very legally. And like I said, I'm not asking for an answer now. I just want some follow up.
Okay, we'll follow up.
To add to your list, because that might fall under your ongoing projects. And I would hope that based on my interpretation of that, if it is, we stay in compliant. And also let the teachers know, like, you want to be safe in your room. Can we get a real answer to them soon? And then we'll attack the high school when we attack it, but that one's a right now issue. I was writing down my questions. Ongoing projects. Actually, no, you guys answered it. As long as we show progress, the structure. And then, the work orders. You know what I like the presentation with either a board? Can you tell us what your idea of a system is that's functional and how people do it? Because I hear all this stuff. I don't put in work orders. I don't know what that means. I would just I'm very curious to learn what a good working system looks like, whether we have it or not, or what your goal is. How does it work? What kind of program to use? How does if I'm in a classroom and I need something done, how would I, as an employee, do a work order? And basically I want to see the wizard behind the curtain.
Right.
Yes. And that's just down the road, but I would love to just learn more about that, because everyone's telling us, oh, we did this, we did work orders. I'm like, okay, but reality, I have no idea what's going on or what even they're talking about. Because, we're using acronyms, we're using professional field jargon over my head. It would be fun to, I say fun, I'm one of those geeks. It would be fun to know what the system means and what you're envisioning of the system that you want. I'm not going to hold you to task right now, because I love that you're being honest with the time frame between 3 to 5 years, but I'm kind of curious, what's your goal? What's this perfect system that you want? And what is that going to look like? Other than that, thank you. Like I said, this is probably one of the most informative facility meetings I've seen in a couple of years here. It was outstanding.
Right. Thank you. And thank you, Nathan and Angel or Angel.
Both. Mom called me Angel, dad called me Angel.
Okay, I'll call you Angel.
I respond differently, obviously, to either the version of it. Yes.
I will do Angel because I know the responses to the Angel one. Thank you and welcome. That's usually the welcoming when you are 2 weeks in and you have a whole list of all the stuff that was not done for 3, 5, 20 years. So welcome. But my question is about the DSA, just so I can really understand. DSA is saying that they're not going to hold our projects as long as we show that we're trying and we're doing stuff. Did you get that in writing?
No, this is
Get it in
based
writing.
conversation we've had with like Kosovan. The ARC has been working with the district for 30 years, and that's just she shared that's what she's experienced working on other projects with other districts, is that that's the rationale that DSA has shared with her, that as long as we're showing progress to close those existing projects, we can apply for a new project because we're doing all our due diligence to close the existing ones.
I would strongly recommend that you follow up and say, thank you for our conversation. Per our conversation, this is what you told us. We want to confirm that this is correct, because then we don't want later on to say, oh no, like we told you to finish A, B, and C, and that you were not going to do D or F or the other project until you finished. Because I think that that's what I keep on hearing and hearing and hearing, that we can't do this because DSA, we can't do this. So if they're telling you, as long as you show improvement or that you're trying, we will move forward. It would be good to have that in writing from them and to make sure that that is actually, so you can actually start moving things, because I've heard it several times that we can't move stuff because of the pending stuff. And then with the assessment, or did you already, I don't know if I didn't hear it, but was there also an assessment? There's always complaints about heat and AC in this, specifically at the high school. Students are always cold or they're always like burning. And is there an assessment that was done already? Will there be an assessment about the heating and the AC system? And is that going to be fixed? Because we have fans and heaters and everything going on except the actual system.
So for the high school in particular, with the energy study, because we've already contracted the engineers, and I say engineers, I'm talking about mechanical engineers, that's part of their audit that we've already paid for. And they're going to come back and make recommendations to the board. I'll actually invite them here to speak with us based on the recommendations with the funds that PG&E is going to award us. And it could be up to $1 million, and share with us how we can improve the HVAC systems here at the high school, which include, to your point and to your point as well, the CO2 sensory device to meet current ASHRAE standards, but also to regulate HVAC and save energy, but also to give us the ability to do it remotely. So it's not like we're waiting for the kids to be 100 degrees in classroom. We know that that system is down and we need to send technician out to fix it before school starts, for instance. So that will give us those abilities, and that funding will give us the money to do that for the high school. So we've done the high school and the middle school, and then as we progressively go through, we intend on doing the same thing with funding at the other sites as well.
Perfect. That's great, because I mean, Angelo can tell you he cannot function if it's too hot. I cannot function if it's too cold. And so we've been in this space where it's too hot, and we've been in this space when it's freezing, and we think that it's not a good. We want our kids to be here to be able to learn, to have an environment of learning, and that's not an environment of learning. If they're thinking about, I'm so cold I can't even concentrate, or I'm too hot I can't even think. So I'm glad to hear that they're going to come and give a proposal for us. And thank you so much for the work that you both have been doing. I know it's a lot of old stuff that you're trying to figure out so we can move forward, but I feel good about the moving forward part, and let's figure out together how do we continue to move forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
All right.
both.
Thank you.
Moving on to public comment on non-agenda items. And I believe I have Sarah.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Honeyhume. I live on Cooper Street and my child goes to Castroville Elementary. I'm here representing our steering committee for the Safe Routes to School, which a year ago, we had the video that kind of got everybody excited about it. And here we are a year later and we're at the voting point, right? We've been meeting for 3 hours every month for this whole year to get to this point, to address all of our schools and how our students can get there safely. The voting closes on May 10th. Hopefully everybody in this room has voted, but if you have not and you need a flyer with a QR code, I have those in English and in Spanish. You might have seen us at the kickoff event at the Day of the Child. We were there having paper ballots with families voting. We've been at the farmers market. We've been at all sorts of events all over North Monterey County. You are eligible to vote if you live in North Monterey County, if your child goes there, if you work there as well, and if you are a student over the age of 12. So that was also sent to all of our schools where they had students that were over the age of 12 to vote as well. So yes, I have plenty if you want one. And from here, the next step is once we get all these votes in, we see what people want, then we start funding. We have $1 million. And so each school sites, we've kind of linked some of them together, get about 200,000 each. And so there's about 3 projects per area to vote on. And then you choose which one, and then we will fund them through TAMC, and Caltrans is working on it as well. It's a huge collaboration.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Any other public comments on agenda items? Okay. Sue? Okay. We have one Zoom public comment on non-agenda items. Go ahead. Did the person unmute? ¿Es de Juan o Julio? Julio, ¿nos puede escuchar?
Sí.
Puede.
Quería ver si puedo hablar sobre una otra preocupación que tengo sobre la escuela middle school.
Díganos.
Yes, I wanted to see if I could bring another concern that I had regarding the middle school.
Continúe, Julio.
Julio, but
Una de las preocupaciones, mi hermana fue a esa escuela. Bueno, ¿sí me escucha?
well, it's a concern. My to school, can you hear me?
Continúe.
Sí, me escucho.
Sí, Julio, puede continuar.
Ok.
Y le voy a pedir que por favor hable en segmentos cortos porque se le está interpretando de forma consecutiva. ¿Está bien?
Ok, discúlpeme.
Gracias. Adelante.
Ok, mi hermana fue a middle school y ahora mi hija está en middle school, ¿verdad? Gracias a Dios, en su último grado. Y es sobre los lockers de PE.
My sister went to middle school and my daughter, thankfully, she also went to middle school. She is currently in her senior year. And it was about, Julio, ¿qué fue lo último que dijo?
Los lockers de PE.
PE lockers.
Oh, los candados, o sea,
Los vestidores.
Los vestidores PE. PE lockers.
Ok.
Y, sí. Y la preocupación es que igual he escuchado padres que como comentarios que me han platicado sobre eso, que todos los niños, niñas en un salón y niños en otro salón, se visten así sin tener lockers, vestidores privados.
And the concern that I wanted to bring about is, this is something that I have heard from parents. They have comment on this regards, is that both girls and boys, they are they are changing in these lockers rooms.
Y eso, a mi hija yo le pregunté, le dije, ¿y cómo te sientes cambiarte al lado de una niña sin tener como tu privacidad en un locker o así? Y dijo, pues no nos sentimos incómodas. Dijo, muchas niñas igual se sienten incómodas estarse cambiando, estar viendo mi cuerpo, yo viendo su cuerpo, y nos preocupa mucho eso a nosotros, papá. Y le pregunté igual a mi hermana, le platiqué sobre eso y también me decía lo mismo, ¿me entiende? Y yo como padre, pues igual es una preocupación porque pues a mí no me gustaría estar en un cuarto donde me voy a cambiar enfrente de todo el mundo, ¿me entiendes? So,
Señora, le voy a interrumpir para interpretarlo, ¿está bien?
sí.
And so I asked my daughter, how did she feel about changing and being undressed in front of other girls? And I asked her whether it was uncomfortable for her or not. And I was thinking that I would feel very uncomfortable if I myself would have to change or undressed in front of other people. And that is something that I wanted to mention as well.
Y mi pregunta es que si se está tomando cartas en el asunto o qué plan hay para eso. Gracias.
And my question was, is there something that is actually being done, or what are the plans to address that situation? So thank you.
Gracias. Any other public comment? All right. Board report, and I'll start with Marta.
Teacher Kate for all the wonderful teachers out there in social media, and I love that you did like about that. And again, I think that teacher but I really, really, really appreciate you guys. So thank you. So the other thing I just wanted to mention is, yeah, last night the reclassification ceremony was amazing. Good job for the team. 170 students were reclassified. So that was really, really awesome to see. Hope to see that to continue to grow and the support there in that area. And then going over to Rancho Cielo was probably one of my highlights, and taking that trip with you, Matt. I thought I was so impressed. I hadn't been there in Rancho Cielo for many years. This was when they only had the culinary program. Now they have the whole pathways for workshop, the automotive, the diesel, and it was just really impressive to see these students engaged and very involved. And the fact that they even made an ADU housing, an ADU unit that they received. I know I'm talking to the mic because I feel I have to be talking to this, but they received national awards. They won against college students on this amazing ADU that they built. And it's just great to see this program and how it could be a bridge. And they invited us because they want us to see that we want, you to refer North County students that you think would really benefit from this program. And we were already thinking of a couple of students that would really benefit from this program. So that was my highlight for us to continue that partnership. I mean, I was glad to hear Ida said they've used them before, but they've grown now. They offer a lot more CT pathways. Very impressed with the facility, and the main thing that they have now is transportation. I think that was an obstacle before, but they have transportation. They'll pick up students. They have the MTS the buses available, and just a lot of great things that I was really impressed. That was my highlight for the week. So thank you.
Agreed. Just by the way, it was a great visit.
It was.
Thank you, Martha. Rick?
Yeah. Quite a few things, kind of. I took a site visit with Adriana to Ada and Matt at Castroville School. It was really good. It was what was the
We visited the bilingual classrooms.
I get mixed up, but yeah, the bilingual classrooms. Kids were great. Teachers are great, and got to see some familiar faces that I should be visiting more often. And before that morning, me and Martha hung out at the FRC with some elders from Castroville, North County, about to get some information about our past. And like we had some guests there that were from 80 in their 80s on down to, I think I was the youngest. But it was I love history, and we got together to tell the history of North County and the schools and what they remember and what their parents told them and what they told their kids and what they went through. And it was so interesting hearing these people that I know and respect, the things that they went through that I didn't even know they went through or fought for. And it just inspires me more because people that know me know that I advocate a lot, and I just think that that type of advocacy that they did for us is what we should still be doing now. And hearing the stories of we're going on a bus tour tomorrow, but for people that are not, it's just like things like discrimination or of you know Hispanic or even speaking Spanish in general, and that's just at the schools, and then also at the church, what they fought for. And yeah, I think rocking the boat is always good to make change. Uh, Also, reclassification last night was great. I love this time of year to see all the happy faces and the progression and the life changes everyone have accomplished and are going through. On Sunday, I took part in volunteering in something I saw going on at Elkhorn School, garden beautification, that Miss Figueroa and um, Sandra and Crystal Santana kind of put together or did put together. There's helpers and teachers. Miss Quayler was there, Cassandra. I was there. It was super backbreaking, but we got a lot accomplished, and it looks totally different. And I'm glad the students are going to have uh, a great garden like some of the other schools have a real updated garden. Today I went to Dennis Menace Park with the three first grade classrooms from Prunedale School. My daughter's in there. And there's a bunch of parents that drove there to meet as chaperones rather than ride the bus, which is totally cool. I liked it. I have a lot of videos I'm going to post tonight of the kids. Like, favorite part is when kids are held back and then they're let go to go into something like Easter eggs, or they were held back and they, okay, go to the park, and they just went crazy. So I have videos of that I'll post later. And it was a good time, had lunch, and chaperones are great, teachers are great putting it together. And thank you to the bus driver that drove them. And then just tomorrow there'll be a bus tour that Yvette Padilla and team put together, going tour, passing by every site we have in this district with kind of a speaking tour of history of the area based on what we've collected or what she's collected. So I'm pretty stoked about that. I think they had some spots left over if anyone, I don't know if she's taking them still, but that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Julia.
So haven't been here in a while. Had a lot of Thursday games. But we had Fortnite Day last Friday. Nadia, our ASB president, ever since our freshman year 3 years ago, it's been something that's always been people have been wanting to happen. We just wanted to make sure it was executed in a safe way for school. And so it finally happened. This past Monday, we had an HOA meeting with our Speaker of the House, Adriana, who will be your next student board representative next year. But so in this HOA meeting, one of our main discussion items was the cell phone policy. As Dr. Turkey he spoke with Adriana, me, Melanie, and Nadia about students' feedback. And so HOA's representatives, this conversation was like, it was a little difficult to have since we didn't have information. They were asking us questions and we were more so asking for their concerns, and we couldn't answer their questions. But so we have a lot of concerns. And I said we would report their concerns back out at this board meeting, take what you have to say, and keep this discussion going. So the first overall concern was about like the logistics of how the cell phone policy would be implemented. So students having to turn in their phones at the beginning of the morning, if that would affect them being late to class, same with the end of the day, if they need to receive their phones back, how would we ensure that they don't miss the bus or they're not getting to practice late, or if students are leaving school early. And students were uncertain about how staff would identify whose phones are whose. Two, this was a big one, how students can communicate with parents or family during the school day if there's family emergencies, if, something personal happens. The second was if athletes need their phones, like if they're leaving, since athletes may leave school a period or two early to go to away games, them receiving their phones then, or if they need to communicate with their coach. And also, since students have experienced during power outages when teachers would direct us, since our computers may not work, try your phones, and in case that would happen, what would we do as a backup? How this would impact them academically. And so many students use their phones to take pictures. Like after this board meeting, after this HOA meeting, we had everything written on the board and we said, okay, you guys can take a picture of this and report that back out to your advisory class. So in those situations when it's not used in a cheating way, and just when phones are used as a learning tool in school. Health and safety kind of goes along with communication emergencies. Students with medical conditions or need access to their phone for any emergency. And also questions about whether the school is responsible for any lost or damaged cell phones. And overall, students were just uncertain about, since we didn't have any answers for them, how this whole thing would go about. And so we basically told them, we need your feedback so that we know how to implement it for next year. And so we just want to keep this discussion going, but they just overall want to know what they can do, what they have control over, and also their parents and other community members. And you are having your meeting next week. So yeah. We will publicize that, but yeah. Other than the HOA meeting, prom is this Saturday, May 10th, 7 to 11, at Embassy Suites in Seaside. So tomorrow is the last day to buy tickets. There's two upcoming, the last senior nights for spring sports. Softball is next week on Tuesday, home here at 5 p.m. And baseball is the day after on Wednesday at 3:30 p.m. versus Pacific Grove. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Julia. Angelo. Board report.
Thank you, Julia, for that list. You gave me some good stuff on there to look over that I didn't think about. So I'm glad we're getting input from all the stakeholders, board reports, I'll just keep it short. Like I said before, went to adult ed stuff. That was great. I'm gonna try to see if I can get a seat on that bus tour that you brought up. Thank you for letting me know that, because maybe in the future when whoever did that could send a board thing, because it would be nice for us, since we're trustees here, to maybe be on the board and check out our district. So
Come over.
what's that?
8:30.
8:30.
8:30 tomorrow at the FRC.
I didn't know the seats. He said they might not have any room, so
I think it'll be okay.
okay. So, other than that, yeah, it'll be there. But other than that, like I said, look forward to doing that, and look forward to next week's cell phone policy. I can see a lot of concern, and I think the concern has to do that we're all don't have the information yet, and that's where we're going to start giving information out, and letting know that it is a state mandated thing, not bad faced board.
Yeah, no, we were sure to constantly keep mentioning that. Mrs. Levinson was there to.
Thank you, Dr. Turkey, for doing that. 'Cause I don't want to be crucified on
You know,
guys' graduation day. So,
But yeah, we told students that it is a state law and that we need their feedback so that it works as best as it can at this district. So.
Yeah, and just to clarify, all those details you talked about, we actually haven't worked out yet, right? And so
Or thought of.
it's all it's getting input right now, and those things will help us hopefully form something which will be better.
No, definitely. Thank you. I agree. I didn't even think about the whole concept of the medical, right? I mean, I have my phone for a medical reason, and I keep on checking it for medical, and I didn't even think about that other people actually do that, right? That they have their phone for medical reasons. But thank you I think it's always important to have the perspective of our students, because sometimes we are thinking that we sometimes forget that we were also your ages. And we also were worried about other stuff. And so it's always great to hear the perspective of students. And like Dr. Turkey has mentioned, we don't have answers, but we are trying to figure out together what those answers are going to look like and how things are going to. And I'm really excited about prom, and I'm really excited about all the end of the year celebrations in all the schools and all that stuff. As a board report, it's just been busy timing, and it's coming. It's a sweet, bitter moment, because I know some parents, that's really another step for their child, right, to graduate and things like that. But I'm really excited, and then I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I will also be joining the tour, and I'll be looking forward to and I'm really excited to see that, and that's my report. So I'll move on to. Do we need a break? No. Okay, I'll move to superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you. So, first of all, I'd just like to report that we have a new member of staff who we've just hired. Her name is Jordan Apgar, and she's going to start as our high school assistant principal in the new year, so July 1st. And I believe administrators will be coming back later on in July, but yeah, she'll start in July. So brief bio. Jordan Apgar is deeply passionate about providing equitable access to excellent education and post-secondary opportunities for all students, particularly students from historically marginalized communities. She brings more than 10 years of experience serving first-generation students and their families, and is excited to now serve the North County community. She holds a BA in Social Science Education and a Master's in Curriculum and Instruction from Western Governors University. She lives in Santa Cruz and is the proud mom of 2 fiercely strong girls. And so, Jordan, if you're listening, we're proud to have you on board, and looking forward to you starting. Thank you so much. Next slide, please. Okay, so you've heard all about it. More than 170 students reclassifying earlier on in this week. It was a truly beautiful ceremony. Each of those flowers which the students are holding, they give to somebody who has had an impact on them and their learning. Okay, so each of the students got a flower, which they then handed on to somebody else. You see all those smiles. It's such a big accomplishment. Okay, and our students who reclassify, it's interesting to note that they are the highest achieving students in our district. They outperform all other student groups. And so it really is, if you as an English learner can reclassify, that is your way to success, right? And is it about speaking two languages? It is, but it's more than that. Okay. But then the ability to be able to express yourself in two languages is really wonderful. So it was a great event. Dancers you saw there, the speeches, the parents. It was really good. And I want to thank Sandra Cuevas and her team for putting that on. Next slide, please. So last week we had the inaugural, I think I'm saying that right. It means the very first, I believe, top 40 recognition event here at the high school. So this is when the top 10 scholars from each and every grade level are recognized for their achievements. And it was more than just an awards ceremony. It was a whole evening. It was an evening of, well, there was a dinner put on for parents. You know, it was a real celebration. And a shout out to Miss Solis and the counseling team for putting that on. It was a great celebration of our top scholars at the high school. And next slide, please. Okay, so Teacher Appreciation Week is this week. And the day itself was, gosh, it was Tuesday. The day itself was Tuesday. And I had the opportunity to go around, visit each of our schools. And I also managed to get into a few classrooms as well, offer people a token of appreciation, which was usually baked goods. And but it was pretty great. The interesting thing about teachers, and I know it sounds like stating the obvious, is that the folks who have the biggest impact on student learning are teachers. The place where it happens, where we change kids' lives, it's in the classroom with our teachers. That's what changes students' lives, students' trajectories, and it's teachers. The question then we have as a school board, as a school district, how do we support our teachers so that they can support our students? And then all of the other architecture around school districts is essentially all around supporting students within the classroom so that we can support teachers to support kids. So happy Teacher Appreciation Week, folks. Next slide, please. Oh, one more thing I should just say about teaching. If you just go back one. Teaching's really hard. I taught for 10 years. It's really hard, right? As a secondary teacher, you have 30 kids in your class. You multiply that by 5, okay, every single day. If you're an elementary teacher, you have 30 kids in your class and you teach them every single subject. You have English learners in your classroom. You have students with disabilities in your classroom. You have 30 students who learn in completely different ways from one another. And you have social emotional needs you need to meet. You have academic needs you need to meet. You have the behavioral needs which you need to meet. And teachers work tirelessly every single day because their heart, they want to do that. So I just want to say a profound thank you to our teachers. It is one of the hardest professions in the world and the most gratifying. So thank you. Next slide, please. So Garden Beautification Day at Elkhorn Elementary. I wanted to show this slide here. So Rick talked about this earlier, and there's a picture of the crew. I was not able to make it out to the Garden Beautification Day, but there's the crew right there. I hear it was a great day, and as Rick said, making sure that the folks there have got a garden which they can be proud of, the same as they do have in other schools as well. Next slide, please. The Day of the Child Family Festival. This was a lot of fun as well. So I believe we had like, I don't think I'm making this number up. If I say it very confidently, perhaps I am. It was like if I think there was like about 1,000 folks who actually came through the middle school that day. There were a lot of resources there for folks. We did preschool registration. We had parent view accounts, which were getting going. There was Cal Kids registration, which is essentially free money to go to college. If you haven't gotten it yet, please get your Cal Kids money. Safe routes to school ballots. There was all sorts of things. It was a lot of fun. And I got to hold a snake as well, which was actually also quite fun. And next slide, please. It was fun. Really, it was good. You think it's slimy. It's not slimy, actually. Some events which are coming up. We have our community town hall, and the focus is facilities. So you heard tonight the facilities presentation. Community, if you want to come and ask some more in-depth questions, get some more in-depth answers, then come to our community town hall right here, Wednesday, May the 14th, from 5:30 to 7:30. Next up is going to be our policy committee meeting. There's two things which are happening there. We're wrapping up our proposal and to see what folks think around graduation requirements. And we will be talking about cell phone restrictions across our school district. Okay. We'll be talking about what the law says. We'll be talking about the benefits of cell phone restrictions, and we'll be getting folks' input around how they think that this should be implemented, what folks think about safety, security, and taking all those things into consideration, like medical usage and so on and so forth, right? And then the last one there is a ethnic studies community informational listening session. So ethnic studies is a new course which is being mandated by the state of California starting next year. Okay, we have our teachers in the social studies department who are busy working with UC Santa Cruz on the curriculum. And we are holding this informational evening. The time on there is actually incorrect. So please note that the time there should say 5:30 to 7, and it is at the middle school. So 5:30 to 7 at the middle school on Tuesday, May the 20th. And next slide, please. Okay, so the LCAP survey, you just have a couple of details about the LCAP survey here. We've had over 400 educational partners complete our survey so far. 200 students, 120 families, and 90 staff so far. So thank you those folks who've taken our LCAP survey. Others, if you haven't taken it yet, it is still open. So please go ahead and take our LCAP survey. And next slide, please. So this makes me smile. And the reason this makes me smile is on our Instagram, we asked folks to leave an appreciation for our teachers. And we got a ton of appreciations. We got a ton of appreciations from students, from parents, from family members, from grandparents, from fellow teachers. And I mean, if you look at all of these, we've got Miss Barrera, Miss Phillips, Miss Saldana, Miss Shipwright, Miss Vasquez, Miss Luck, Miss Mora, Miss Tarango, Miss Freeman, Miss Marquez, there's so many. And then if you go on to the next one as well. So again, teachers, thank you so much for everything you do. Okay. And that is the end of my superintendent report. Thank you. Let's give it up for our teachers. Thank you, teachers.
Thank you, Matt. That's a great way to end your report. Thank you, Matt. Classified report. Do we have anyone from classified? Awesome. Moving on to Teachers Federation. Welcome.
Hello again, Cassandra Quaitler, second grade at Elkhorn. Real quick, yesterday our union's negotiating team met with the district's negotiating team, and we had a productive second day of negotiations. And Kelly's here. And we're looking forward to meeting again on Monday. And you can add to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra.
Good to see you all. Just to add on to what Matt was saying, teaching is not hard. Sitting through these meetings for 3 hours to talk is hard. I don't know how you guys do it, man. That's hard. This is way harder than teaching. Oh my gosh. You just gotta have the personality for it. My hats off to you guys. I know this has got to be a lot of information and very tedious sometimes. But I did want to bring up two things as far as the teacher report goes. One is that in that policy committee meeting on the 15th, we need a new credit recovery policy in this district. There's just no question about that with the way that students, I know Mr. Oswald has been emailing you guys at length about this. The academic integrity of our school, it cannot be the way it is with the way we do credit recovery now. I was asked to teach Apex class during the day at the high school, which is great because it gives the students extra time. They don't have to come before or after school to make up their credits. But I can tell you from looking at that, one of those classes is not equivalent to the class that they failed. And they're getting that grade. They can pass Apex with a C or a B or an A. And that's what goes on their transcript. And some of these students are making up these classes in like 10 hours, 15 hours. That's not even talking like the rampant cheating and the AI issues, which we're working to get through as a district because they're like as fast as we clamp it down, as much as we can monitor them in class. If there's a sub or there's summer school teacher or things like that, it's just not the same. A student cannot get a grade from Apex. An 85-hour class is not an Apex class. If a student wants to get a new grade in a new class, they need to retake that class. That's just it. They should not be able to get a replacement grade or a different grade in an A through G class through an Apex class. There's just no way. It undermines the entire academic integrity of the school. But we also have to have some kind of baseline for, you can't pass English 2 in 10 hours. You just can't. Even if we make it pass fail, which is what I would recommend in these policy committees here, that is not enough time. There has to be some other written component here. It's become a joke among the students. If you talk to the students in the Apex class, if you talk to the students at the school, there is a whole segment of students who say, I will just fail it. I'm going to summer school anyways, and I'll go in there and I'll just pass in a couple of weeks and I'll be out again. That cannot continue if we want to raise the level of rigor in our schools. It just can't. And there's lots of states and districts that we can point to that have these kind of credit recovery board policies. And it's separate. Credit recovery is here. Changing your grade is here. Not the same process. And it shouldn't take one kid 6 hours to make up English 3, another kid 36 hours. Because that's not how we do it in A through G classes. Everybody gets 85 hours. We have 85 days in a semester. So we need to button that down. It's an absolute problem in high school. And I know you guys are aware of it. I've seen, but that's just something that, like, also, speaking of ethnic studies, and this is unfortunately, I want to let you know that we are going to our first ever binding arbitration here in the next couple of weeks over the staffing for these new classes. And I've had some, negotiations, as Cassandra saying, is going on. We've been able to solve a lot of problems very well with the district. This, for some reason, is something we haven't been able to solve. And I've had some actually fairly alarming conversations with myself with district staff about staffing. That makes me think that possibly some of the people making staffing decisions actually haven't read the contract. The contract is very straightforward. It's different than other districts in the fact that administrators don't really get to choose who teaches what class. Because back when this contract was, our CBA was first being put together, we decided that's arbitrary. I don't have to tell you guys about the turnover we've had in admin. We've had a lot. We needed something you could actually put your finger on and say, well, that's actual data. So it's credential and seniority and program needs that we use to decide. That's always what we've done. If you have the credential and there's not specific program needs, it's seniority for who gets the job. And the admins just plug that in and we figure it out amongst ourselves. We have conversation among teachers who wants to teach what, and the person who's most senior gets to decide. It's been like that for time. It's how our CBA has always been. But that seemed more based on actual rules rather than just like, oh, here's a new person, you just pick whoever you like to pick to do whatever. And I know principals would poo-poo that as just like, there's more thought that goes into it like that. But I've seen it not that also. I've seen some like amazingly arbitrary decisions by people who haven't read that part of the contract before. So I'm bringing this up because binding arbitration costs money. It's going to cost $10,000 to do. And we've brought up some very reasonable compromises. Rather than pick one person to teach it, let's have two people pick. But that has not been decided to be the way we go. So just to know that whatever we decide might have authentic studies, that could very well get turned on its head midsummer, because binding arbitration is binding. And if we don't figure out a way to do it out of binding arbitration, we'll be spending $10,000 for someone else to tell us how to staff that class. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to discussion and action, informational items. And we'll start with the adoption of resolution 2024-2543, National School Lunch Hero Day.
I'm going to be stepping in for Sandra Wren, who was not able to be with us today. This School Lunch Hero Day is meant to celebrate the incredible members of our nutrition team who work tirelessly to ensure that every student in our district receives a nutritious meal. They are here early in the morning and very busy during lunch hour to ensure that all of our students receive meals to fill their bellies, but also to ensure that they can focus in school, learn, and thrive. So we just want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all of those who are working tirelessly. We want to know that your work is not unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to first open it for any public comment on this item. Zoom. All right, closing public comment, and I'm opening it to the board. Martha. Angelo. Rick is not here. I just want to say, yeah, definitely. Without school lunches, a lot of our kiddos would come and not have, that's their meal for the day. Those are their meals. So thank you for all who are participating in that. It's great. By the way, I heard a lot of great stuff about birria ramen that was served the other day, and all the high school went crazy with the birria ramen. So we thank the school lunch staff who make it possible. And that is an action item. So board.
I motion to adopt.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Adoption passes. Thank you. Next one is adoption of resolution 2024-2545, National Teachers Appreciation Week.
Okay, so I've spoken about this already, and so I shan't repeat myself. Instead, I will just ask the board to approve this resolution for National Teacher Appreciation Week.
Awesome. Any public comment? Zoom? Closing public comment. Board. Rick, any comments?
Yeah, just thank you to all the teachers in the districts. We appreciate you so much, and the community appreciates you so much. Yeah.
Awesome. Angelo?
Nothing.
And same. Teachers make it happen, and they create all of our future professions. So what more can we do to thank them, right? So congratulations, all teachers, and we appreciate all of our teachers in this district, and we thank you for all your dedication. I move to adopt resolution 2024.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. The next one is adoption of resolution 2024-25, recognizing National School Nurse Day and Health Service Day. Allison,
Good
welcome.
evening, Dr. Turkey and board members. It's my pleasure to be here this evening. I want to start off just by giving a shout out to our small but mighty health services team. We have two district nurses, Rita Whiteford, who's been in our district for many years, and Elaine Warren. And so I want to thank our two nurses. And also we have an LVN, a licensed vocational nurse, Danielle Prevatali, and she is mostly at the middle school, but moves around as needed. And then we have our health services technician, Susanna Lopez, who's been in the district for a very long time. And we have two newer team members this year, Monica Flores over at Prunedale and Brianna Lopez, who supports mostly here at the high school. And this evening, the board approved in the consent our newest team member, Alejandra Rodriguez, who replaces the health tech that had to move out of the area, Kesha Suarez, and she was wonderful too. So we welcome Alejandra. So this resolution is really just affirming that as a district, we believe that all students have a right to have their health needs safely met when in the school setting, and that our district nurses, along with our health services team, serve a critical role in improving public health and ensuring our students' academic success. And so I ask you this evening to please join me in thanking this team, as well as recognizing May 7th as the National School Nurse Day, along with the rest of our wonderful health services team. So thank you.
Thank you. We're opening it to any public comment. Soon? All right, board.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this. And I mean, this is a big deal. And does this have anything to do with what's been going on social media with Mental Health Week, that challenge?
No, not quite. It just happens to be, but I have seen it.
Have you seen
What
it?
are you gonna get?
Well, because I mean, this is awesome. And only because I was there at Echo Valley on Wednesday.
When they poured.
And did you see that? What happened, Mr.
did.
Giles? Did you guys see that? And did you see who he challenged next?
That's why I looked over at.
I did. Myself and Antonio have accepted the challenge.
We have the water
You
today.
guys.
You should do it today.
It might be, but you might want to come to Flipperfest.
Oh, that'd be a perfect place
It's
to
a
do it.
24-hour challenge, so
You have to be done
doing it
24 hours?
No, you have to do it within 24 hours.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
I didn't hear that.
So I would suggest someone look for a nice bucket water
Tomorrow.
for today.
Anyways, thank you for this.
Absolutely.
Totally believe in this and it's so important. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. No, definitely thank you. Angela or Rick?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
And this is
Happy New Year. Thank you.
this is a motion.
I
and I need-
motion to adopt this resolution.
I'll second that. All in favor?
All right.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
You, Allison.
You.
All right, moving to our next item, P2 attendance. Sophie,
Yay.
give us good news, please.
Always good news. So good evening. My name is Sophie DeGroot, and I'm here to present on the just certified P2 attendance to the state. Next slide. So today we're just going to focus, we'll do a brief reminder of the reporting timeline, and then we'll touch briefly on what the attendance monitoring process looks like at the site level and at the district level. And then we will dive into the certified reports for P2. Next slide. So a typical school year runs 180 days. And in those 180 days, the state takes a pulse of our students, where they are at throughout California. And for those that are attending the school districts, what does that attendance look like? So the first time we do our pulse check is at P1, and we did that back in January. So at that time, we looked at attendance from the start of the school year, that was August, through December. The next time we do the pulse check is at the P2, which is in April. We just certified that last week, and I'm here to give that report. So at this time, we're looking at attendance again from the start of the school year, August, through April 15th. The last time we'll do a pulse check is in July or June at the end of the school year. And this time we're looking at the whole year from August through June. And I will be reporting that next school year. Next slide. So what does attendance monitoring look like? Well, it starts with students coming to school. So they're dropped off at school. The teacher takes attendance for those that are there, and for those that are absent, they are marked absent. The all call goes out, and then the front office starts to reconcile why they were absent. And this goes on throughout the day as the parents call in or they bring the notes to the class. And also, this takes place during the week. At the front office, they're reconciling with the teachers that might not have taken attendance and reminding them, hey, you need to go back and submit your attendance so that it can count in the system. The district level, we also work with the school sites to look at, hey, are there anything that looks different, and why does this look like this, and can we reconcile that? And we do that every single month until it's time to submit the report. So at those 3 different times, that's when we pull the reports together and certify. It first goes to MCOE, then from MCOE, they push it forward to the state. Next slide. So for those students that don't come to school, they do have to explain why they were not in school. And they will give us different reasons, but they typically are lumped into 4 buckets. So not all absences are created equal. We have the unexcused absence, and these ones fall outside of the guideline that the state has given us of what is excusable. We also have excused absence, and so the state gives us a list of what would be deemed excused. We also have absences due to out-of-school suspension. Those are neither excused absence or excused their suspensions. And then we have a special kind of absence that is tracked for independent study. And this is where they submit the work. So it's either when they complete the work, it's marked as work completed, and that counts towards present. And if it's incomplete work, that would count as an absence. So those are the 4 types of absences. An example of excused absence would be my child was sick, or we have a medical appointment, but typically we ask the parents, to the extent possible, do schedule those after school because the student is missing instruction. An example of unexcused absence would be I woke up late, or we had an extended vacation after December and we didn't come back till February, or there are times when we will get reasons like it's personal and I'm not going to explain, so that we don't know what bucket to place it other than unexcused. And so sometimes when you're being prodded to please explain more, it's just because we want to see how to categorize it. We also have truancy. So here we're looking at unexcused absences, but we're also looking at the tardies. For truancy, it's only unexcused absences, so those that do not fall within the guidelines of the state. We also look at the students that come late to school, 30 minutes or more. Less than 30 minutes will be a tardy, but it will not count towards truancy. Also for the tardies, what was the reason for you coming late? Will it fall under the excused bucket or unexcused bucket? We also track chronic absenteeism, and this is when a student has missed 10 days or more during the school year of when they were enrolled. So for chronic absenteeism, here we're looking at both excused and unexcused absences. So anytime a student is away from class, that would count as chronic absenteeism. Next slide. So now let's dig deep into the reports that we just submitted. And you will click on the first link. To the extent that we can see that. So at the top of the report, we are looking at the student enrollment. So what was the student enrollment like during P1 reporting, P2, and later on at P annual? We also look at the lost enrollment during this time. When you look below, you will see the prior year enrollment. So this is the 23-24 school year. At P1, our enrollment at that time was at 4416. Our enrollment at P1 during the 24-25 school year, that's the line that says the current enrollment, we had 4283. So we can see that already at P1, we had lost 133 students. That's back at the top, at the very top. There you
There
go.
it is. Okay.
There you go. And then from there, we move across and look at P2. So last year at P2, we had an enrollment of 4397. This year at P2, we have 4268. So we have lost since last year. At the same time, when you look across from P1 to P2 of the current year, 24-25, when you look to the further right, you see that we've already lost about 15 students. The next part that we go down is now the breakdown of the attendance. So of the students that were coming every day, how did that look like? And for us to report this to the state, we do that by grade span. So we have TK and kinder through third lumped together. We have fourth through sixth. We have seventh and eighth, and then we have ninth through 12. And in each grade span, we look at the different instructional settings. We have the regular education, special, day class, we have independent study, and we have home and hospital. And when you go down to the bottom, we have other programs, and this one is mainly special education. So special education, we have the extended year when they take those classes during the summer. And then we also have the non-public school that reports under our district. So we do report that as well for ADA purposes. So when you look at the different grade spans, you can see how we progressed from P1 to P2 of the current year. And any loss or any decrease is in red. And based off of those numbers, as you can see for the current year, at P1, we reported 10 units of ADA. That is 4,010 students coming every day out of the enrollment number that we had at the top. We've seen that there's been a decrease at P1 from last school year. Then we move across to P2. And here, this year, we reported 3997 of units of ADA compared to last year around this time where our ADA was 4079. And so again, there's been a decrease in ADA in addition to a decrease in enrollment. And so the difference to the right altogether shows us our change from P1 to P2 last year and this year. That is that report. Next slide. So out of the 3997 units of ADA that we currently reported, this is how the breakdown looks like per site. You can click on the second. And on this graph, we are comparing our attendance rate by site. Last year's attendance rate, that is the 23-24, that is in green. And then this year's attendance rate, 24-25. The district target is always to meet 95%. You can see we are not there, but each year we've been making progress. And we have one site, Echo Valley, that's almost hitting it. And so they will be at 95%. And they promised me they would do that by the end. So annual, they will be there at 95%. And so what that means is that every single day, 95% of the students were coming to school. That's what that means. And so that's the breakdown by site. And now we will drill further down and look at that breakdown by site and by grade level. And here, this we're just giving so that you can see the bright spots at the different grade levels. I'll give you a moment to look through. And as you can see, the green, we have a lot of green at the Echo Valley. And even though they didn't hit the 95% at most of the sites, they're close. They're really close. Some were just 0.4 points off, but they're really close to the 95%. And as a district, we are at 92.9, so we're at 93%. And that is that report.
Thank you.
The next report is just informational. And this one, we're just seeing the trends of the absences across the different years. We have the pre-COVID versus after COVID. You can see the latest year we have is 23-24, and it's always lag data because that's combined at the end of the school year. So next year at around July, August, when we come back, that is when we will have the next column of 24-25. And here at the top, part A, at the very top, we're showing the enrollment. And this time you look at the enrollment count, it's a bit different from what I just reported earlier, because this one we're looking at cumulative counts. Any student that touched our hands anytime during the year and left. So that's broken down by school site. And at the bottom, we see the total for the district. Part B is showing us the average number of days that students were absent. And here we are comparing our district against other districts in Monterey County and also statewide. And as you can see, we are pretty similar to other districts. We scored a bit higher on some during some years. But as we are going further away, moving further away from the COVID, we are beginning to realign back to our pre-COVID levels. Part C now breaks it down of those students that were absent. What percentage was because of absences that have been deemed excusable by the state? And part D is showing us those absences that are unexcused. As you can see, pre-COVID and later on after, the numbers were slightly lower for the unexcused. But right after COVID, there was a huge jump where the unexcused absences were making up more of the percentage. And that was because there was no clarity about what was excused and what wasn't. Do I keep my student home when they're sick because of quarantine, or are they supposed to come to school regardless? So this is when we were just coming back from COVID, and that's why you see the numbers were kind of reversed. But we've been progressing down as we've moved further away from the year 2021, and we are going back to our pre-COVID levels. We are still slightly higher than the county, but comparable to the state. And our goal is to be lower than both of them as we move forward. And then the last part, we're just looking again at the chronic absenteeism, how many students were missing school 10% or more days. That's what that looks like. But when you go to the next page, it shows the same information, but in a graphical sense. So you can see the trend, how it's been since 2017 up to 23-24. And by next year, around August, we will have the next slide for the 24-25 year. And that brings me to the conclusion of today's report.
Thank you, Sophie. I'm going to open it for any public comment. Zoom. All right, closing public comment board. I'll start with any questions, Rick.
Yeah, thank you for the report. We appreciate it. Good data. Thank you.
Angela,
Thank you for coming here.
Martha,
No, thank you. You know how it said the chronic absenteeism is considered 10 days or more?
10%.
Oh,
So
10%.
10%.
What is equivalent to how many days per year?
So it's different from for every student. If I come at the beginning of the school year, I'm enrolled and I stay the whole day, it will be 10% of their 180 days. If you come, let's say in January, that 10% will be 10% of the days from January till the end. So it's different per student.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you. I mean, at least the numbers, you know, like you said, they fluctuate.
Yes, it
in
does.
different areas.
Yeah.
But I see that Echo Valley School continues to be on top. And I'm just curious, and this is gonna be for you, Matt, because I've seen what Mr. Guile does every, what they call circle up on Wednesdays. And he acknowledges every Wednesday those students on attendance, like the classroom per student, and he acknowledges them. Does every other site do that too?
Each site does different things, I believe, in terms of acknowledging students. But to your point, I think that we can still learn from the best practices, which Jacob's doing, and there's still room for other sites to learn from what he's doing there.
I just didn't know if they were doing it too. I was just trying to figure out what is that magic? I know the glow parties were one, but I've been watching these things that he does on Wednesdays, and I thought this is kind of cool. You know, it's been a routine now that kids get excited to be
A lot
acknowledged.
of it is around the culture and climate which they have going on there at Echo Valley.
True.
Is really very impressive.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
all right. Thank you, Sophie. I don't have any questions, but thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to the next one, considering compensation for a student board member.
Okay, so this is a pretty exciting one. So AB 275 came into play on January the 1st, 2024. And it states there, so up until that time, it was not lawful for boards to compensate student board members, but the law has changed. And so now student board members may receive compensation. And in fact, they can receive monthly financial compensation as determined by the governing board. And the amount which they can receive is anything up to 100% of what regular board members receive. Now, we have a couple of board policies which at the moment would prevent that. And so we actually would need to change these board policies. The first one is a bylaw 9150. And in 9150, it says that student board members shall not receive monetary compensation. So we would need to change that if the board wanted to. And the other one is let's see, is 9250, which also says that student board members shall receive no compensation. So this is just a discussion item right now. And should the board want, we can bring this back for the board to vote on next time. And the discussion item is really, would you as a board like to compensate student board members? And if so, to what degree? And that would be anything up to 100%. And the compensation could either just be monthly or it could be in a scholarship fund. It would be up to the board to decide. And so I would throw out for the board to talk about, perhaps, 100%. It's up to you. So I'll just leave it up to you to discuss.
All right. Any public comment? Zoom. All right, closing public comment board. Any questions, Rick? Angela?
Yes, you brought up scholarship fund, but my understanding of reading AB 275 is the only two options through AB 275 is compensation and or credit for services rendered. So those are the only two options per AB 275. So if you want to clarify with our attorney to see this, but my understanding, the idea that it would be unlawful for us to provide that compensation in the form of a scholarship. That's not authorized during AB 275. So I would like to get, I'm pretty confident in my interpretation of it, but if we're gonna bring it back, let's just verify, because I have heard more than one people asking about that, and I want us to follow the law, not follow what our emotions are. So
Right, Martha?
No, I mean, thank you for providing this information, like this chart that you guys provided, like what all the other school districts, I mean, I don't know how you guys determine which ones are gonna be on here. Because there's Bay Area, there's all over, like California. So it was kind of cool because I've never seen this, to kind of see what other districts are doing. Some of them are already getting paid. Some of them, they earn the state seal of civic engagement. There's other types of things that maybe we could think about once we develop our policy, like when we have a discussion around it on what we want to, besides the compensation, they have the opportunity to earn other things, from the credits to other things that they have there. And then I also read on that new one that you guys attached that they get mileage too. So it's compensation plus mileage is available.
It would be at the discretion of the board, but I believe the mileage piece would be only if board members get mileage. And from my reading of the board policy, board members only actually get mileage to travel to and from things like conferences and that sort of thing, rather than to actual board meetings.
Okay. Yeah, it says there, board members shall be reimbursed for travel incurred when performing services directed by the board. That's our policy. So it's vague, but anyways, just because again, I haven't read these, didn't know what, and I know our compensation is not that much,
$315 per month.
Yeah, but you take the taxes off of that, and maybe that's what this is, right? You take the taxes off, it's 270 or something like that. But yeah, I think it's good to have that conversation, and it was interesting because Julia just said that someone else was appointed for a new board member next year.
Yeah, that's correct.
So how does that work? Students don't vote if they get appointed?
No, they did vote. So how it worked is, so essentially it was opened up to the whole, actually not the whole of the high school, it was opened up to 9th through 11th graders, because obviously the 12th graders will not be there, right? And anybody in the 9th through 12th grade could apply and put their name in the hat. And then after that, all of the student body voted, and they voted for Adriana. I don't remember Adriana's last name, but Adriana, who is currently...
Essentially, it's the vice presidents that they choose that get to be the student board member. So yeah, the one this year is Adriana.
So they get nominated, like they get
can-
nominated
They
and
can
then they
nominate
vote?
themselves.
Yeah, and then it goes.
And then the entire school votes?
The election convention.
There's election on it? I think
Yeah.
that's cool because I was reading up on that. Reading up all that stuff. So the kids vote for that, and then that's how she got appointed.
That's
So because
correct.
in my mind, I was like, she got appointed by just getting appointed, or
No, she
an
was
actual vote?
elected.
Okay, she was elected. There you go.
Elected by her peers.
All
By
right.
the entire school or by just the
ASB.
ASB?
By the entire school, and we did look into that.
Okay.
So it was by the entire school.
Okay. So that was good clarification there, because then this will affect, the person for next year, whatever we decide to do.
That is correct.
But yeah, I mean, this is great information to be in front of us for us to discuss what we want to do. And it was good to see the comparison to other school districts and what they're doing. And then obviously the new law that just passed, and ours is a little, it could be updated.
Right. Thank you, Martha. And I would just say, so just so I can understand, you saying we first need to change the policy and then vote, or can we do it at the same time if we wanted to bring it together?
We would do it all at the same time. So if the board wishes, I can bring this back in 2 weeks' time.
Do you mind if I interject?
Of course.
Regardless whether we approve of her the policy still needs to be updated because now it says it's citing old ed code that says you can't, but ed code has changed. So even if we disagree with this, policy has to be changed to meet current ed code.
Thank you.
So don't we have to adopt the policy or just approve before we actually?
It would be amended.
So we would need to amend the board policy, right?
Okay.
And also within the board policy, the amendment which we'd make is we would say something like, and the student board member will be compensated at the same rate as regular board members. So it'd be within the board policy, which we would change.
Because it also says on here, you highlighted this stuff for a reason. I'm not sure, because you wrote any member who does not attend our board meetings during the month is eligible to receive only a percentage.
That's because our lawyer essentially said that the same rules which apply to board members would also apply to the student board member.
And so maybe we should think about that because she just shared how she plays sports or, how would that work? I don't know, how's that monitored? Right? Or is it just gonna be straight?
Admin regulation.
It would be, it has to be the same as for board members.
Okay. All right, well, I'd be curious to see what, like I said, once we put it together and bring it back in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I would also like for you to bring it back a couple weeks.
Okay, I'll bring it back. Would you like me to bring it back with the 100% compensation?
I'd like two different things. The one for compensation, but regardless, amend the policy regardless of what we decide to do with her to match ed code. So
yes.
let me say, clarify. Let's pretend I'm just gonna say, we say, no, we're not gonna do it. But I still want to make sure that we change the policy that matches ed code.
Gotcha. So
Independent from that.
I'll bring forward the policy which says essentially, for us to discuss further and to vote on, right, around the 100%. But if you decide not to go with that, then it'll be a different amendment, but it would still amend the board policy.
Correct. Okay, thank you, Matt. All right, moving on to establishing an athletic committee 2025.
Okay, so we would like to establish an athletics committee, and to do so, up to 2 board members can be on a committee.
Okay.
And so this would be a opportunity for board members to nominate either themselves or a fellow board member, and then for the board to vote on who they would like to place on this committee.
Perfect. I'll open it for any public comment. A lot of public out here. Zoom. All right, closing public comment. Board, any questions or?
I nominate Rick.
Thank you.
And I'm not interested on it. I'm interested in the other one, huh? The workforce housing.
There's so many committees that.
Yeah. But it doesn't have to
You
be.
can do it with Rick.
Okay,
But
I nominate you.
just want to make sure it's up to 2, not requiring 2, right?
That is correct.
I can do it with Rick. You want some equity?
Yeah.
Gender equity.
You have kids in sports.
Yes, I have kids in sports and I've always had kids in sports, so.
And I believe that-
Second, all that.
I second all that too.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, awesome. The next one is the workforce.
So similarly, we do need to establish a workforce housing committee, and up to 2 board members can also serve on this committee, and the same process. Board members can either nominate themselves or another board member.
Awesome.
Nominate
Hold on. Let me open it for public comment. Don't get so excited, Angela.
What are we doing?
We have public still. Public comment. Any public comment? Zoom? All right, closing it. All right, now Angela, go for it.
Now I shall nominate Martha. Is it-
Take that nomination. I am interested in this one. Thank you.
Any of you are interested?
I nominate, well, I wanted to be nominated.
Okay.
Yeah,
How many?
I nominate myself.
All right,
And I was gonna nominate.
I'll move to have Martha and Rick in this committee.
I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Good luck. Okay, I'm moving on to board requests for next meeting. Martha, I'll start. You want to do it?
No, I don't have any.
Okay, Rick.
I wanted to just try and talk about the use of our facilities, fields, and like the whole facilitron thing. And I go to other districts all the time and other schools all the time, and people just walk in, and like in our community, no one's gonna graffiti. This doesn't even happen. I mean, it's rare. So I'm just seeing if we just talk about it.
Okay.
Like about all the schools, because people would like Echo Valley has a big old giant people on the bottom of it. Prunedale, whatever, just stuff.
So you wanna informational and talk about the current policy about facilities or use of our school
Yeah.
facilities.
And then also, talk about the middle school, kind of changing room, or eating, stuff like that.
Locker rooms or changing rooms or whatever we wanna call them at the middle school.
Maybe more clarification.
Yeah.
Just more information on that.
Yeah.
Change it or something.
We can get some clarification on exactly what's going on, because
So I mean, I know what's going on. So essentially, there are no locker rooms in the middle school. There
do next
are
meeting.
no changing rooms in the middle school. The students get changed in
Classroom.
in portable classrooms.
Yeah, next meeting,
But it's-
we'll discuss it.
It's separating by gender or they all get
It's separated by gender.
by gender? Okay. All right,
I have no requests.
okay. And I can't think about, I'm tired. I can't think about any requests, y'all.
A lot of info today.
I know. All right. With that said, meeting adjourned at 9:32. Thank you, public.